Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, please, and we'll read the land acknowledgement. The municipality of Dysart acknowledges that we are on the traditional territory known as the Williams Treaty First Nations, which includes Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Boswell, and Georgina First Nations. And we thank these nations for their care and stewardship as they pass through our lands. And I need a resolution to adopt the agenda. Nori?
Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of council of the municipality of Dysart et al. Held on January 28, 2025 be approved as presented.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Being none, a resolution to adopt the minutes of previous meeting.
Be it resolved that council approves the January 10th, 2025 special council meeting minutes as circulated.
Seconder. Councillor Boyce and Councillor Casey, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any report, Walt, from the county?
Down at Roma there, and there was different meetings I went to, but nothing that we already don't know about affordable housing or the mental illness. Jennifer Yahoo did a great job representing the county, presenting all of the views with about her and Sue Tiffin. And I also went to a waste management meeting and brought up the issue about incinerating, but I got about a third of the room clap, but the rest of them, maybe I got booze, but at least I got a few people clapping.
You're all in one piece anyway.
That's right. Yeah, I can handle it.
Okay, resolution to go into the public meeting.
Okay. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:04 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment files D14-ZB-2024-15 Lands of Legit, D14-ZB-2024-12 Lands of Pop and Art, and D14-ZB-2025-001 Lands of Dysart et al. And TPS Halliburton Holdings.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Good, carried, thank you. Okay, I got a fair bit of reading here to start with, but I'm going to read it once and we'll deal with all three applications, considering they've been read three times. Good morning, everybody. I think there's some people here that are here for the public meeting. The purpose of the public meeting is to present planning applications to a planning forum as requested by the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider three proposed zoning amendments to the Dysart et al. Zoning Bylaw 2005-120. It is council's responsibility to consider all information received to date regarding the application and to hear and consider any views you may have about these applications. Every person present or registered will have the opportunity to ask questions about the proposals and voice their opinion regarding the same. Please state your name and your relation to the application prior to speaking, and each person will have up to 5 minutes to provide comment or ask questions. Please direct all your questions and comments to the chair, and please restrict your comments to planning matters only. After the public meeting is over, council will make a recommendation as to whether or not the proposal zoning amendment should be passed. Council's recommendations will then be considered during the regular meeting of council. Once council has made a decision on the proposed amendment, notice will be circulated as per the Planning Act. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy, and you must make this request in writing to the municipality. If a person or public body who would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the council of the municipality of Dysart to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person of the public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality of Dysart in respect to the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw before the municipality of Dysart gives or refuses to give approval to the amendment of the zoning bylaw, that the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and that the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So now we'll commence with the public meeting as per the agenda. And the first application is file D14 ZB 2024-15 Lands of Leggett. And I believe, Jeff, are you doing that or Chris?
I'll be taking this one. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So this is an application, as noted, as item 2A on the agenda. The proposed or the purpose of the application is to permit a 100-foot long inclinator or inclined elevator on the west side of the property to assist with safely transporting goods and persons over steep terrain from the shoreline to the existing dwelling, which is currently accessed via 66-foot staircase. Inclinators are not permitted use within the water setback, and thus the reason for the zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed development will require the removal of limited vegetation. It is staff's understanding that a total of 3 trees will be removed for the proposed development. The applicant is aware of the County of Haliburton's tree bylaw and has hired a certified arborist to address tree removal, as indicated in the supporting planning brief submitted by the application. Any associated permit or permissions required by the County of Haliburton or the municipality shall be applied for and strictly adhered to. The proposed amendment would change the zoning of the subject property from waterfront residential type 6L zone to waterfront residential type 6L exception zone in order to implement the following site specific provisions: to permit a maximum of 1 inclined elevator and to permit the proposed water setback of 2.9 meters from an inclined elevator from the lake. For clarity, the proposed severance sketch and zoning schedule are attached. Record of public comments. All neighboring property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were circulated as required by the Planning Act, and to date, no comments have been received. And staff's recommendation is, given the information outlined in the report, it is recommended that council approve the bylaw as drafted. And I believe the agent is in attendance if council has any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, is the applicant wish to have any explanation of this or to comment? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Ryan Lloyd, the agent for the applicants here. Ryan, did you want to speak to it?
Sure, please. So good morning, and through the mayor. My name is Ryan Lloyd, planner with Planscape, 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, Ontario, postal code P1L 1Z8. So I'm here representing Mr. Michael Leggett today, owner of the subject lands. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to staff. Thank you to Mr. Orson for his staff report and recommendation. As indicated on the staff report, the application is to permit an inclinator or inclined elevator within the shoreline area that would provide safe access from the lake up the very steep bank to the existing cottage. With respect to our policy analysis and opinions, staff has completed a very thorough review, and we are in agreement with their conclusions. We agree with staff where the application in front of council today is consistent with the PPS, conforms to your township official plan policies, and represents good planning. The proposed location is within an area that is already generally open, and limited tree removal or natural vegetation is required. Because of this well-treed and natural buffer of the property, the structure will be mostly hidden and unseen from the lake, which goes in line with the policies of protecting the natural characteristics and visual aesthetics of the property. The construction requires the installation of 9 footings, 1 of each for the 9 legs. So once the lift is completed, it will move along a raised track that allows for the continued growth of natural low-lying vegetation. So as mentioned, Mr. Leggett is aware of the county's tree bylaw. It's our understanding as well that 3 trees will be removed, 2 of which are in the 30-meter setback from the lake, which is generally what the bylaw applies to. The 3rd is closer to the cottage and outside of the 30-meter. The second recommendation is implementing erosion control measures. These are fair and standard practices. Inclined Elevation is the company installing this, and they install these all over Halliburton, District of Muskoka, Parry Sound, so they're very familiar with these requirements and practices. So we're very happy with Mr. Orson's report and recommendations and respectfully request council to approve today's application. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of council have any questions? So the meeting will now be open for public comments if there are any. Is there anyone that has any comments? Okay. And again, I'll ask council one more time. Any questions? So this concludes the public comment portion of the meeting. We'll
Do you
have
want me to read the resolution, Murray?
No.
Okay, be it resolved that the report for file number D14-ZB-2024-15, Lands of Legit, which consists of Part Lot 5, Concession 13, Parts 3, 9, and 10, 19R-5467, Parts 2 and 4, 19R-6491, the Geographic Township of Havelock, Municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that Council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its January 28, 2025 regular meeting, and that Council recommends that the bylaw be approved.
Second. Second, Councilor Casey. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to application number 2, which is file D14ZB 2024-12, Lands of Op and Art. Are they present? Yep. Okay, who's doing that?
Yep. So I'm on this one as well. So this is item 2B on the agenda. So the purpose of the application is to rezone the subject lands from rural type 1 to rural type 1 exception zone to permit the use of a kennel. Staff recommend including provisions to define the kennel's location, capacity, and to mitigate potential impacts on adjacent properties by applying appropriate setbacks. I'll just go through sort of the provisions that have been proposed for council's information. So despite section 2.72 of this bylaw or of the zoning bylaw, breeding or sale of domestic animals will not be permitted. Day use kennel, maximum number of canines is currently proposed for 25. Overnight use of boarding kennel, maximum number of canines is 12. Maximum area of the boarding kennel runs. Staff are just waiting for additional information on the total maximum size. Maximum area of the breeding kennel building is 74.3 square meters. Minimum lot line setback from the front. Staff are also working with the applicant to define that frontage. Minimum lot setback side, which would be the east side yard. Again, looking to for further information for those numbers. Minimum lot line setback rear. Again, looking for additional information on those, and minimum lot line setback side, which would be the west side, looking for additional information for the accurate number for the setback, and a 2-meter high wood board fence required around the perimeter of the boarding kennel as determined by the site plan agreement, which will be subject to this zoning amendment. The owner provided confirmation that the proposed kennel will be used exclusively for the boarding of canines, with no intention of raising or breeding domestic animals. The zoning amendment will include a provision explicitly prohibiting the breeding or sale activities of domestic animals. A site plan agreement or site plan control bylaw 2019-46 outlines that council can impose site plan control on zoning amendments. Staff recommend that site plan control be applied as a condition of the zoning to further define and establish location of the structures, while incorporating mitigation measures and operational guidelines to minimize potential impacts on adjacent properties. And for context, a location map, sketch, and schedule are attached. And all neighboring property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands have been circulated. And to date, we have received the following comments from the adjacent property owner, which is Jane and Ross Atkinson. And I'll just go quickly through an outline. They are in attendance today and they will go more detailed into their comments. So they are the residents neighboring at 166 Carroll Road. who reside on the adjacent property, which is proposing the boarding kennel and dog yard run, which is 56 meters and 220 meters from our property line and resident respectively. The area setting consists of large acreage lots, which mostly is residential use, and mature forested areas with abundance of wildlife and watercourse. It is incredibly quiet area with predominantly natural sounds. Sound levels in the area and our residents are commonly 20 to 35 decibels. A dog's bark ranges from 80 to 122 decibels for kennels, particularly boarding kennels where dogs are transient in nature, are very noisy operations where dogs barking erupt regularly and can last for long periods of time. Boarding kennels usually operate 7/24 and 365 a year. Sound levels using source of 100 decibels from the proposed kennel dog yard run were modeled to be at 50 to 60 decibels at our residence and our property. Confirming the model findings, we have also physically observed the clear sound of barking dogs from our neighbor's residence to our residence. Neighbors have 2 dogs. Noise from the kennel will result in legal action. Under the Canadian law, the municipality's decision in this matter must be at minimum reasonable. In general terms, a decision that is inconsistent with other relevant law will be considered unreasonable. The municipality must take into account that fact that granting the request to permit a kennel on the property would most certainly lead to more or less constant violation of bylaw 2045 concerning the regulations of keeping and control of dogs within Dysart et al. Section 3.2 of the bylaw prohibits any person who owns, has care, custody, or control of dogs from allowing the dogs to excessively howl or bark or otherwise become a nuisance. The municipality should not grant a zoning request that would reasonably lead to a civil suit on the basis that the kennel constitutes as a nuisance. This legal status relates not only to our situation. We think there are 3 undeveloped lots adjacent to the proposed kennel, 2 of which could in future build a residence even closer to ours, and could be potential for conflict and scenarios with the applicant. Other concerns include wildlife avoidance and impact to a wildlife corridor and impact to the watercourse 20 meters and 40 meters from the proposed kennel yard. Information provided by the applicant and the municipality for this public meeting was inadequate and is in error. And just a quick outline, the owner has provided some outlines of their own related to the application, that they would be building. The building of that houses the canines would be installed with high quality open cell foam to mitigate noise from in the building. Acoustic baffles will be installed in the roof to minimize noise. Acoustic panels will be installed over the high outdoor fence to reduce noise. They also look to implement a small audio speaker playing low-level classical music that has been shown to reduce canine stress, and waste will be handled on the site with a digester and enzyme powder that breaks down waste without seepage into the land and water and eliminates smell that would typically be associated with such waste management. The recommendation is that subject to the direction of council, staff recommend that the proposed bylaw be deferred to allow staff time to collaborate with the applicant in addressing the outstanding compliance issues on the property and to gather additional information for the inclusion in the bylaw and site plan agreement, and time to review and address public comments. The applicant is in attendance to address their application and comments received, and the members of the public are also in attendance to provide their comments related to the application. And I guess we could start. I'll put it back to you, Murray.
Okay, the applicant is here.
Yeah.
You like to make any comments? You want to come up here if you want. Press the button there to let it spread. Just
Oh, do I have to keep holding it? Hello. Yes? Okay. Hi, sorry. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I just had a few questions in regards to some of the things that we talked about. I did submit the setback measurements, but I'm not sure if in miscommunication of some sort with throughout email that wasn't documented for today. I can certainly provide them again. That is no problem. And I guess I would have a question for the concerns for the Atkinsons. And that would be just in curiosity of their measurements to the property line, uh, where those measurements are coming from. I would just be curious of that because they don't fall within my measurements. So I just want to make sure that we're on the right page.
Or you'll have your opportunity to comment. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We're not pros at this, sorry. No, I appreciate your answer. Thank you. And am I able to comment on that or is that okay? Yes. So for my measurements, what I have here, and what I have submitted, as well to, Tammy and Chris, that those measurements are inaccurate to what I have. I am happy to provide those again for everyone to see, but, I think believe it's 65 is the actual measurement, not the 56. And, that's really my only question towards that is that, I guess. Just see here. And I would just like to, if I may, just speak on this. There is a dog sledding business that is in the same rural area type 1. And they are permitted to have over 150 dogs on location, with neighbors and setbacks being closer than mine are now. And I know that they are considered to be specialized agriculture, and that is falling under the province of Ontario, where they consider kennels and dogs to be considered part of that Ministry of Agriculture. So I just wanted to bring that into perspective as well. And lastly, I would just like to point out that at the end of our road, there is a very large pit that is consistently having large vehicles drive up and down our road at all times of the day throughout the summers and throughout the fall. So that definitely disrupts the quiet, serene sounds of the neighborhood that we go on to talk about. So I thought that would be important to note as well. It's not that quiet on our road.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, council have any comments? Second thought?
That's okay. I also did submit something last night. It was a bit late. And it's just some support that I have with the community. They were just wanting to help with some of the issues that are going on and that I'm facing. They wanted to just show their support. So I did have a small letter that was written up that they were all in for supporting, being as some of the neighbors being my closest for permanent residents who were willing to sign it and have. As well as other people in the community. They're all just very excited to have a kennel here. We don't have enough of them, unfortunately. And I think that economically in our community, I think it'll help put money back into our pockets because we're not outsourcing to go elsewhere in the communities to provide shelter for our dogs when we go places and vacations and appointments out of town, which I'm sure a lot of us do. So that's all. Sorry. Thank you.
think there's any doubt about the need. It's the first one we've had to deal with, so we want to get it right. Is there anyone from the public that want to comment? This will be additional information other than what you provided pretty well, eh? Okay, come on up.
Yeah, Chris summarized, sorry. Chris summarized our information quite well, just so he would, but we would, my name is Ross Atkinson and my wife Jane Atkinson is in the back there. We hate to be adversarial, we're pretty kind people, but this is very, very important to us and will have a very significant impact on us. Chris did summarize that well. What I thought I would do, if you don't mind, I'm just going to place my phone at the end of the table there and give you an idea of what barking dogs sound like. If
I
can.
think I've heard them.
I know, but it has some. That's in the neighborhood of probably where you are, Mr. Mayor, probably in the neighborhood of 45 decibels and probably closer to 60 decibels. That would be right there. So it represents the sound that we'll be hearing at our residence. And when you picture, and in fact, we just found out today, there was very little information on this subject from the applicants or even the planning group. But when you think of that sound and now take that sound for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes, take that sound when you wake up in the morning, in a summer morning, you've got your windows open, which by the way, our house is, the bedrooms are facing the proposed kennel area. If you wake up to that sound at 6 or 7 or 8, whenever they're going to let the dogs out of the building into the open yard, that's what we'll be hearing. We'll also hear it throughout the day when there's any disruptions. We'll hear it when we're sitting on the deck at night and listening to the quiet, which is, I differ with Monique. It's an incredibly quiet area. We've taken decibel measurements since this started, and we're commonly in the 30 range for decibels. That is extremely quiet. And yes, there are trucks that go by. I agree with you. Quite rarely when you think of I don't think more than that we would know more than 5 or 10 trucks would go by in a day, which passes in about 5 to 10 seconds. So this is not a minor amendment to us. This is very major, will be a very, very significant impact on us. I'll read a quick quote, which is in our report, but it's the status of kennels. It's a College of Veterinary Medicine, Purdue University. Ward noise has routinely measured greater than 100 decibels. A single bark alone can reach this volume, showing why excessive barking in facilities that house kenneled dogs is a recognized welfare issue. In a survey of more than 750 veterinary professionals at leading global vet shows across the UK and USA, 68% of respondents reported noise to be a challenge in their workplace, regardless of the kenneling material. So it will be noisy in the proposed building, which by the way is already there. And there will be noise in there. And I don't know if that would affect us or not, if they do the proper insulation, et cetera. I'm assuming that it won't be noisy coming out of there. Our main concern is they're going to have a large yard. We're 220 meters thereabouts away. It is very difficult to contain noise in a yard. The models that we ran used acoustic, a 2.5 meter or 8-foot fence roughly with acoustic seal around it for noise, not a wooden fence. And it makes pretty marginal difference. The problem is noise is vibration. It escapes an open space and you can't do a lot about it, really. It just has to be distance that impacts it mostly. And understandably, people didn't look at this because this is a beautiful forested area. And some people think trees make a big difference. They make a very minimal difference. In fact, for our area, there are tall canopy trees which actually refract the vibration and keep it in the woods. So we're just downhill from this proposed yard, and it's trees aren't going to make a difference. The other thing is, as a matter of fact, we're in a valley, so that wasn't factored in as well. The valley has what's called a canyon effect for noise, and so I think our readings are, or our modeling is quite accurate, believe it or not. So you know, it's going to put us if this is granted, and we're trying not to be bad, but this is going to impact the enjoyment of our property for sure, unless the applicant comes up with some great ways of eliminating that noise, perhaps covering the whole yard. I'm not sure. But that will be a major impact to us. And it really, what it falls, I could read you the legal interpretation that we received. It is in our document. I would ask you to read it and take a look at it. But it will put us in a position of starting with the bylaw and looking for fines and charges. And it's one thing, good thing about noise. It's bad, but it's very easily measured and recorded. So we'll have a very good case when we complain about the loss of enjoyment of our property. And so that was the first step. And then the second step will be civil action. And we just bought this place less than a year ago. It is extremely quiet. It's our retirement objective. And that will be just an incredible impact to us. And so we have the option, I guess, of selling and losing. First of all, I would guess we'll lose $100,000 on that. That's a guess, but for sure we'll lose 50,000 on fees. And so we're going to, you know, we'll quite honestly, we'll spend the time to make the effort to stop this. We don't know the applicants well. I'm sure they're kind people and they don't want to have an impact on us, but it will be major to us. And so believe our report or not, but what we would ask is have a noise specialist or somebody knowledgeable in that area if you want to learn for yourselves. But based on what we've given you and the report, if you grant this, the two things, one, I don't think we were told by Chris, we can't go and appeal it to the Ontario tribunal board.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. The applicant can. So if you're determining that you can't do it, if they appeal it and the tribunal board does grant it, well, then that's the answer. And that will allow more scrutiny to be held on this issue. At least we would have a chance, an opportunity to determine if, you
We're
know,
not
we're
there yet.
No, I know. I hear you. Sorry. And so otherwise, my point is we're telling you it's going to be bad. If you knowingly and consciously then say, yeah, let's go ahead with this thing, then you're actually knowingly hurting us. And that to us is really unjust. And we would have to, you know, take action to do something about it. And again, we apologize to these guys. They want to do a business. There are many businesses that could be done that fit better into the environment that's there. So that's my talk.
Okay.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Can you show me on this map where your property is?
Sure.
This is the applicant's property, but
So that's the applicants. We're right beside, and this
Right
one,
here?
yeah, right there. So where my pinky is would be kind of the middle of the lower. And there's a creek that goes all the way down, right, along the road.
okay, thank you.
By the way, I could just say one more point. We also looked at wildlife, which wasn't really mentioned in there.
You mentioned that.
Yeah. Wildlife was not mentioned by, I don't think by Chris. it's really not in our area. We feel we can't really control the impacts to wildlife, but ironically, everybody talks about coyote, wolves, moose, deer, all kinds of animals. When you have a kennel, it will impact probably greater than a 500-meter radius from wildlife moving in. And that Boyne Creek, which runs through our two properties, is a wildlife corridor. So it'll be a few years later, we'll be going, gee, we haven't seen a deer for a couple of years now. So I just mentioned that we're not trying to do anything about that, but it's important. And even the applicant believes it's important. I think they really enjoy the wildlife as well. Sorry.
Sorry, stay there for a second.
Okay, any member of council have anything to add?
Yeah, Murray, and sorry. When you did your analysis here of the noise.
Yeah.
How far away was the noise versus the recording instrument, do you know?
Yeah, it's a model. So we modeled the source of noise at 100 decibels from the yard, from the proposed kennel yard.
Okay.
That's the source we modeled.
Okay, but how far away?
And we modeled 220 meters to our residence. Right, it's a computer model. Yeah, yeah. Right. But what you should also know is that's why we also mentioned from a practical standpoint, and we're not bothered that the applicants have a couple dogs and we can hear them barking. They don't bark very often, and so it's not a problem for us, but it's quite audible. And that's just kind of the practical end of things. So that's why I'm saying you don't need to trust me. You need to get a noise person. And I think they would verify that this would be occurring.
Okay,
Well,
thank you, sir.
as a suggestion, Murray, I own a quarry down in Moore Falls. I had a noise complaint from a neighbor saying the crusher was too loud. I brought a third-party consultant. He came in, did the verification on it. Turns out it was way below the dBs permitted in Minden, which was fine. So again, not criticizing you or supporting anybody here on that note. It's just wind direction's a big deal too. On that note, trees is another, they take several different things into account, but
Trees is
Wonder-
not actually that significant.
wonder,
So
they are a lot.
No, they're not. They're not.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I've ran noise models now for almost 40 years. I have a lot of experience in noise. I ran a plant for 22 years, high noise level plant in a city. So it doesn't have a big impact. Now I'm saying you should get a measure. You're also talking about an industrial application. This is the loss of enjoyment of a property. So it's not just the decibels. It's the
noise has
noise.
no differentiation whether it's
It does.
enjoyable or industrial on that
It
note.
does.
Around our gravel pit, we have to have trees that have the pine needles on them to dissipate the noise too. Otherwise, they wouldn't make any
Sure,
difference, right?
Sure, okay.
Anyway, so as
Yeah.
council, what I'm suggesting is if maybe somebody wanted to go ahead and get a consultant in, someone that's third party. Anyway, it's my suggestion on
Yeah.
that. It's a tough spot to be in because we don't want to stifle somebody wanting to make money and do a job. We
Well,
also don't want to condemn you in terms of your piece on that note. So it's
Right.
two opinions and
Understood.
Well, that's why we're going to defer it.
Yeah.
To get further information.
Thank you.
Uh, You got something else? We gotta, like, we can go round and round on this for an hour, but go ahead, make your comment. Yep.
Morning. My name is Wes Pop. I just have a couple of key points I just wanted to point out. With the neighbor's rebuttal, again, I wanted to reinforce that we will be installing noise canceling buffers on the fence line. And my sister-in-law Monique, she is a highly trained certified dog trainer from Ontario Service Dog. She's previously worked full-time with them. She's a very professional dog trainer, and you couldn't ask for somebody better.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, also, side note, and it's not terribly important, but the neighboring residence is not a permanent residence. It is their cottage. So that is also something to keep in mind.
Well, look, we could go back and forth. I gotta put this to an end here.
Yes, sir.
We're deferring it for further information. I'm gonna hear if any counselors got any other requests, and then we're gonna move on.
I just have a quick question.
Yes.
Because it's boarding, I'm going to assume that their dogs are coming and going. And do you know what the average boarding, like, do they board for one night or are they there for a week because people went on holidays, but it would be no more than 2 weeks?
I believe that's a better question towards my sister-in-law,
Okay.
Monique.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your time.
Right, so I am looking at doing long-term and short-term boarding as well as daycare. But the hours of operation for daycare, which is with the max amount of dogs that I have set for the 25, would only be within the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. And drop-offs would only be 2 times a day. So that would mitigate a lot of the noise as well from people coming and going, which would just be, I think, really helpful to know, just with the hours of bylaw being 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So, yes,
Thanks.
you're welcome.
Anything else from council? Okay, so, this concludes the, public meeting on this until, because it's heard, resolution then.
Yep. Be it resolved that the report for the lands of Pop and Arndt, which consists of Part Lot 6, Concession 11, Geographic Township of Dudley, Municipality of Dysart et al., be received for information, and that council defer the application to allow the applicant time to provide a site plan with the required information and address compliance issues on the property, and that the property be subject to site plan control and process concurrently with the zoning bylaw amendment for the intended use of a kennel.
Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now to the third.
Yes, thank you. So at the council meeting in November, council directed staff to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment to accurately delineate the boundary of the environmental protection zone on adjacent properties located in the industrial park. So one property is owned by Dysart and the other is owned by TPS Halliburton Holdings. A draft bylaw is prepared for council consideration. Staff did provide notice as per the Planning Act and no comments have been received to date. If council has any questions, I'm here, but I do seek direction regarding the draft bylaw.
Okay. Is the applicant? in?
We are the applicant for this file.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we are, you're right. So any member of council got any comment then?
Jeff, this is what you and I looked at that day, right?
That's correct.
I guess there would there be any comments from the public?
We haven't received any.
No comment, so no one wants to address councils?
I can read the resolution if you'd like. I don't think we have any public comments.
We do either. Go ahead.
Okay. Be it resolved that the report for file number D14-ZB-2025-001, Lands of Dysart et al. And TPS Halliburton Holdings Limited, which consists of Lot 12, Concession 9, Parts 1921, and part of Part 20, 19R-2953, in the Geographic Township of Dysart, Municipality of Dysart et al., be received for information, and that council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its January 28, 2025 regular meeting, and that council recommends that the bylaw be approved.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Resolution to go back into the regular meeting.
Yes, be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 9:46 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, we got, I guess, Jeff, you're next, and for the
Correct. Thank you. And this is a delegation, so perhaps we want to wait till the delegates present.
are they here?
I don't know that. I will defer that to Mallory.
I believe Chief Simpson is just, we're just have to promote up to the screen. So it'll just take a second for the switch.
Okay, we can switch then. I don't know if if Chief Tanner's here either.
Hello, good morning.
Morning. There he is.
I believe we also have two others, Ginny Pierce and Sandra Walls. I'm not sure if they're in the waiting room.
Okay. Okay. So who have we got now?
So Ginny was with us 2 weeks ago on Monday when we came in to visit your office.
Right.
And Ginny is our consultant, and Sandra Walls is my executive assistant.
Recognize her now. Okay, so the application you have is the original road allowance that you want to close, right?
Correct.
And I take it you don't have the survey of the Township Road, the Peterson Road, the
Ginny, have we received word yet on the update for a timeline for the survey?
okay.
I talked to the surveyor this morning. He just has a draft, but he's waiting for additional information.
Do we
Okay.
have a survey on the road allowance you're closing?
Pardon me?
Road allowance you're asking us to close. Do we have a survey of that?
No, not yet. He's close. He's got a draft, but he's waiting for some additional information. But it's his priority.
Okay, so I think council's quite prepared to close it, but they would like to see the surveys in case they intersect there. They'd like to see the surveys. And you don't think that's far away? Is that something that can come to us fairly soon?
No, it's not that far away, but when you say, does it intersect with what?
The Peterson Road.
Anyway. I saw a draft and it does not come close to Peterson Trail.
Okay. Okay. And we're pretty firm on the ownership of the Peterson Road. And you people recognize that?
Well, we have no intention of getting in the way of people accessing Peterson Road. We still don't know exactly what it's going to look like on the survey. We know a lot of it's technically going through our territory. Some is going to be going through yours. So until we have that survey, we won't know 100% because we're not sure if it's ever actually been a road. It's only sort of like a goat trail, really. It's a snowmobile trail. So we're not even sure if the current trail is even on the what was originally designated as the road. So there's a lot of questions about that still, but you have our guarantee that we're not going to be stopping anything. We're not going to be putting up any kind of barricades out there. It's full and free access as far as we're concerned for everybody.
And the chief indicated that at the meeting, it's a public trail. He's okay with that.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely is above. It was a road at one time. It was the main road, one of the main roads through the county. And someday, who knows? It's a recreation trail now, and that's probably where it'll stay. That'll service your people as well as the general public to go to other areas. So I think it works out well for both of us. Okay, so any
I think if I may add, all of the things you say are correct, but Alderville still believes these are two different issues. One is the purchase of the road allowance, and the other is the survey for Peterson Trail. And the chief has been quite clear public access, no problem with the trail, but it's still a separate issue than the purchase of the road allowance, which only abuts the property that Alderville owns.
And
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that, but we've been through situations before where it all went, everything went well, and then all of a sudden somebody changed their mind. So we just want to make sure that we're both talking the same way here. And if we are, that's great. We'll carry on. That's great. Yes.
If it doesn't mean anything, if they're saying that the surveyors are just around the corner in terms of getting
Yeah.
done, is it a problem to defer it a month till we get that done and then it's finished for both sides?
Yeah.
Would that be fair?
And
I still think to Jenny's point, we don't see them as the same issue. To us, they're two separate issues. We have a lot of these on the go right now. So to us, it affects our processes. So if you can see it to maybe separate the two as two different issues, we would definitely love to proceed if you can today.
well, I think the question comes, there's a little sliver of land the other side of this public right of way that belongs to your property. And what happens to that?
Well, that would remain Alderville property. It would still be our territory, and whatever, however the road is surveyed out would become yours. So if there's some on the other side, then if there's some sort of agreement we can come to in the future, we'd have to cross that bridge when it comes to it. Perhaps we could do something, but at this point, we haven't really discussed that. So yeah, as you can see, like we're neighbors now. Your website acknowledges that you're guests on our territory. We are the rights holders in this area. So that's something that needs to be recognized. And I also know that we're going to be dealing with each other for decades, forever. We're here. We've always been here. You guys are here now. So this isn't just a one-off. We're going to be sitting at these tables a lot in the future. So this is basically setting the precedence for how our relationship is going to be.
We're just absolutely trying to protect that trail. It's so important to us.
Murray, Jeff has a point. I don't know if you can see his hand. That's all.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, in terms of the road allowance subject to this application, I don't know if it helps council, but the status of the application that we're at right now is just whether council declares that land surplus. The applicant will be required to provide a survey of that road allowance prior to a bylaw being passed. So council will see this again before agreeing to close and convey that road allowance, and you'll have a survey to look at that time.
Well, this will clear it all up right away then.
Well, what I'm saying is you will see a survey before you make the final decision. This is just to get the process rolling.
Yeah, what Jeff's saying is that this allows it to continue, but it still comes back to council again.
Yeah, I agree with Chris and Pat there that we should be waiting till that survey comes in and we see exactly how close it is to the Peterson Road.
I
Trail.
think it's full intention to close your road allowance for you, for sure. I don't think that there's a doubt that council's going to do that.
I think what Jeff's saying though is the question that's here today is just to declare the property surplus. And you're not
And-
declaring at this point to sell it or anything else. You're just declaring it surplus. And you'll see the surveys as part of the next step.
Okay,
When council declares it surplus, it's not sold. So that's something to keep in mind. It's just, this is allowing the application process to continue.
I want to make clear to the chief that it's our intention, if everything goes ahead, to close it. Like, we're not going to hold you up on that.
So is it okay to, so knowing the process and that it's not sold with this decision, is council comfortable with declaring the land surplus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so because you will get a chance to review the survey, that's, the survey's not done yet because they're trying to get the application rolling at this point, so.
I guess they're trying to determine the width of it or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can read the resolution and we can see if council's comfortable with declaring the land surplus with the knowledge that they will come back and review the survey at a later date. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Rice Lake Properties Corporation to purchase a portion of the original allowance for road between lots 10 and 11 in concessions 1 and 2 in the geographic township of Guilford. These lands are declared surplus.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Barry and Walt. All in favor? Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to transfer this next month then. If everything goes ahead with the survey, okay?
Great, thank you. And yeah, I'm sure that the survey will be out soon. I'm not sure if it's the weather and the snow, but we find surveys go quicker in the summer than they do in the winter.
Oh, yeah, I know it's a difficult time to do it for sure, Chief. Good. Well, thank you for joining us today.
No problem. It was great to be a guest and watch your other guests in. So yeah, hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, for sure. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Okay. In person. Clifford. Right. Okay. Okay, the delegation's on the screen then, so who's gonna do this? Rob gonna do this?
I think Sarah's going to give a bit of a presentation, aren't you, Sarah? Oh, you're muted, by the way.
Apologies, I might have cut out when you were introducing me. Am I okay to begin?
You're good.
Wonderful. All right, I'm just going to share my screen here. Is everyone able to see my screen okay? Yes.
Yep, we
Sorry, I
can see
can't.
it.
Yep, okay,
Good to
thank
go.
you. Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council and the community for allowing me to present to you here this morning. My name is Sarah Hubble. I am the Ontario and Nunavut Client Relations Manager for Canoe Procurement Group of Canada. Today, I'm going to take you through a quick overview of who we are and the procurement solutions that we can offer to your community. Canoe is a Canadian not-for-profit group purchasing organization. We operate nationally across Canada from coast to coast and currently have over 5,000 members that span across a variety of different sectors. Those sectors include municipal, academic, school, healthcare, First Nations communities, and many other not-for-profit organizations. We currently have partnerships with municipal associations in every province and territory that we operate in. When we entered into Ontario in 2019, we partnered with AMO, the municipal association here, and their business development arm, LAS. The reason for this partnership is to bring our procurement solutions and options to their members, as I mentioned, in the municipal sector, and also other entities across various sectors. We also have partnerships with Sourcewell. So Sourcewell is a government group purchasing organization based out of the state of Minnesota. That partnership essentially entails that on procurements that we deem beneficial to our members, we will leverage Sourcewell's RFPs and their membership base to bring those procurements to our members. We post those procurements nationally in Canada to ensure that they are compliant not only with national trade agreements, but also jurisdictional trade agreements here in Canada. It also allows for Canadian suppliers to be made aware of the opportunity to respond and potentially be awarded a contract. What we are not is we are not an ordering platform or software. We have already done the procurement process on behalf of our members and have awarded contracts that they can leverage. And we are also not a substitute for your procurement or purchasing teams. Essentially, we help make their life a little bit more efficient and provide additional resources. This is just a quick chart here or image to show you currently where we are operating. So everywhere in blue, we currently have a membership with a municipal association. You can see them all listed on the right-hand side of the screen. We do not have a partnership yet in Quebec. We are working on it and hopefully we'll be there in the near future. This just gives you a further breakdown of members that can join our offerings. So, we touched on the sectors of municipal, academic, school, and healthcare, but there are a lot of other entities that can join this to, save time. The cost savings are quite substantial as well in terms of that group buying aspect and the time savings that go into, potentially not having to go out to market anymore because we've already done that RFP process. So how do we help our members? As I've mentioned, one of the big components is saving of money. So we take our 5,000 plus members, and in some cases, Sourcewell's 50,000 plus members when we go out to market, and we get preferred pricing from suppliers who respond to our RFPs and then are awarded contracts. We can see, depending on the contract and suppliers, some suppliers offer, up to 88% off of categoried items. When it comes to heavy construction equipment, we've seen as high as 50% off of list price of some equipment. So there can be some significant savings to be had. I've also mentioned as well the time saving aspect. So we issue RFPs on behalf of our members. We post those notices. We go through that entire procurement process from start to finish and compliant with, the CFTA and other trade agreements. So then you, as our member, can go to our website, review all the contracts we have, and leverage those that you deem beneficial to your community. Some additional values of using Canoe. So member support throughout your process, that would include me. So whether it's signing up, doing council presentations, taking you through your first purchase with a Canoe approved supplier, I'm here to provide that assistance from start to finish. Currently, we have over 360 approved suppliers that range from heavy construction equipment to winter maintenance equipment, office supplies. We even have hot dog rollers if that is something that you need. So we do cover a lot of different community and member needs across the board. A really key component too, I come from a small community, so I understand the importance of trying to keep that money within the community. And that's something that we really strive for with a lot of our contracts. So our contracts are awarded at that corporate or original equipment manufacturer level. And the reason that we do this is as a national company, dealers can change from province to province and territory to territory. So by having the original equipment manufacturers respond to our RFPs and potentially be awarded that contract, they then allow their most local approved dealers to our members be able to sell through that contract. So you're keeping that money as close to home as possible, which is a huge benefit. For our members, there's no membership fee. There's no minimum purchasing requirements. So it's essentially free for you as a member to use as much or as little as you'd like. There's also the option of getting free quotes and having cost analysis and assessments done. And that means that there's no commitment, when you reach out to our suppliers, if you get a quote and you decide you don't want to move forward with them, or you do a cost analysis and you decide that you don't want to move forward, you're not obligated to do so just because you've connected with them. In terms of compliance, I've touched on this. So we are fully compliant with the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, with CETA, and then all of the jurisdictional trade agreements that are spread across the country here in Canada. We have a procurement team and a procurement legal team that ensures that compliance. We also are very open and transparent in our process. So we do post the first 3 documents that are listed there. So the RFP, the contract, and the evaluation summary are all posted publicly on our website with no username or password. So whether it's anyone here in council, in the community, or even suppliers who do not have an awarded contract with us, they can go to our website and access all of these documents without the restrictions of having to put in passwords or having a membership. From our members' standpoint, we always want to make sure that you have cooperative purchasing language in your bylaws, and we do support and provide examples for that if needed. And then the second is your notice of participation. So this is something that would live on your tenders page of your website, just letting people know that you are a part of a group purchasing organization and may use their services as you deem beneficial. This is something that is required by the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. And again, we're here to support and provide, example language from other members kind of around you and how they have that posted. And just to kind of wrap up, this gives a really good overview of, that traditional procurement process versus a cooperative in terms of using Canoe. So all of these steps and then some, you know, are being completed. There's no steps that are ever being missed in our procurement process. But now you as a member, instead of having to do these steps on your own, you're able to, you know, allocate your time more effectively and efficiently in contracts that you're leveraging through us. And you're able to whittle this down to roughly about 4, maybe 5 steps. You can see them circled there in the gold color. And again, saving that time and saving that money to, you know, provide additional supports to your community as needed. This was shared with council, but I always like to provide just a quick link back to our website if it's needed. But this just shows you, as I mentioned, we've got over 360 approved suppliers, and currently we have 76 programs available to our Ontario members, and that is likely to grow because we do have a lumber program that we've just awarded, and we're looking at awarding a few other programs in the coming weeks as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll open it up for questions.
Questions? Do staff have a recommendation?
Free membership, it's just, we have it in our procurement bylaw that we're allowed to use cooperative buying methods, and this is just one way of doing it. So I'm just looking on their website now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but I'm not the expert on this, but I just pulled up one of the suppliers is All Traffic Solutions. So they do radar signs and things like that. So in that example, they've got their RFP, the contract, and an evaluation summary hooked up here so you can see, and they've basically done all the procurement work for you to vet all the different vendors. And so you can go directly to them for, especially when it's something specialized, I think. Is that a good example?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. So we have done that entire procurement process. So now you as a member, if you identify that you would like to connect with ATS Traffic for some of your, you know, traffic signage needs, you would connect directly with our contact listed on the website. Once you get signed up, you would identify yourself as a member of Canoe and that you're looking for pricing on, you know, the specifications that you might have for your signage needs through their Canoe contract. They're going to come back with their list pricing they provided to us through that procurement process, along with the discounts that they have to provide through their contract. A really key point to highlight is that those discounts are a starting point. We've seen suppliers offer additional discounts on top of that contract discount that they have to provide. So there's a lot of flexibility there in terms of trying to save your community even more money, not only by leveraging the current master contracts that we have, but having those discussions of additional discounts with our suppliers.
My suggestion is that we probably let staff look into it a little more and bring back a recommendation.
I think we were looking to sign up, and we wouldn't obviously be using it with every procurement. It would be individualized approach as to what was appropriate, but unless council has any issue with it, but it does comply with our procurement policies.
You want to comment on that?
Do you want any comments, Barbara or Sarah?
No, Tamara, you've summarized the program and how it can support the municipal procurement process.
I'd like to talk about it a bit
Do
more.
we not have a procurement officer?
Not all this now.
Yes, we have a procurement officer, but this would just be another tool in her toolbox, or the department heads, depending on what the product was, right? It might not even be something that's available through this. It's just another, this organization has been around forever, is it through LAS, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah. So we've been doing procurement since 1930. We originated out in Western Canada, and then other municipal associations across the country. We're connecting with the province out west and saying, you know, how can we bring this solution or this option to our members? So that's where that partnership with municipal associations kind of came from, so that we could bring those solutions to other communities across the country. And it's not for every single procurement, Mr. Mayor. It is essentially where, you know, if you're looking to purchase stuff that you buy every day. So maybe it's office supplies, maybe it's culverts every quarter. If you're looking for savings on larger capital purchases, maybe like snow plows, it could save substantial amount of money in terms of the discounts provided, and also the time, the time that goes into writing those RFPs is typically between 200 and 250 hours. With our contracts already in place, knowing that they're compliant, your team could leverage those if they deem it necessary for the community.
If we could maybe put this off to the next, I don't want to keep putting things off, but next meeting when we get staff to have a chat, but no disrespect, Sarah, I just don't want any, I feel we'd have duplication. If that's the case, then we either, take on your system and get rid of what we're doing now, or what have you. Like RFPs and everything they do now for snow plows and everything else, we're already doing that. So.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily all those things. Like, I think another example of a cooperative procurement, I think, is like IT buying computers, right? They have a similar sort of system through another organization that does that. It's just basically to look through economies to save money for municipalities.
If I may as well, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we aren't a software. So essentially it'd be like if you were to join up with the county to do a group purchase of salt, right? So the county does that group purchasing for, everyone that is looking to take part. So that's what we do, but we do it on a national scale. And then our contracts are sitting there waiting for our members to use if they want. So it's really just an additional tool for your team to say, well, we buy office supplies every single day. If we can get a 90% discount on certain categories by leveraging the contract that Canoe has in place, that could be a really big benefit for our community. So that's kind of there as a tool and a resource for your community to use if they, again, deem it necessary, and that's what they want to do.
I maybe shouldn't ask this, but I always will. How do you guys make money out of all this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that's a great question, and we do get that question quite often. So if you look at any of our contracts on our website, which are, again, all public, you'll find for each supplier, there's a section about administration fees. So when a supplier does a sale through their contract with a member here in Canada, they have to pay an administration fee that is separate to what they have invoiced you. It's audited and tracked in our system and with our partner Sourcewell. Let's say it's a 2% admin fee for whichever supplier. If it's a Sourcewell Canoe contract, 1% goes to Sourcewell for their time and management of the RFP process. 1% comes back to us, and then we will divide our 1% and send 0.5 of that back to the municipal association in the province that the sale was made. They will use that for advocacy work, different resources and tools, whether it's sidewalk evaluations, road evaluations, to support the communities in their province. So how we make our money, keep our lights on, is through the admin fee that the suppliers have to pay.
Okay, I think I still think we'd like a staff report. Back. If you guys think it's a good deal and sounds great.
Yeah, we've met with them 3 times in the last few months to go
that's
through.
why they're here.
Yeah, that's why they're here.
You're recommending it.
It's already allowed, like it's in your procurement policy, you already allow it. So this is more just for information, so that if we did do something or order something, you'd have more information, understanding how it works, but.
So there's no cost to us then to hook up,
No,
right?
no, and I wouldn't think we'd be looking at things we could procure locally anyway, probably. Like, you'd be looking at something that was probably more specialized, that by their national buying power, they can get a lot better price for it, and we might not even get a bid for it because we're so small, right?
All right.
For you, Mr. Mayor, Ken, sorry.
Said sidewalks. Explain that to me, like how you could help us out there.
Well, no, sorry. So that's something that like the admin fee portion that goes to the municipal association, they have programs like sidewalk evaluations, and they use that admin fee that the suppliers have to pay. They will use that for programs such as that.
Thank you.
And just to kind of go back in terms of the keeping it local. So if you have a local green tractor supplier or yellow equipment supplier or orange equipment supplier, you would be able to go and purchase directly through that local supplier as long as there's, you know, a contract in place with us. So you'd be able to keep that local and purchase directly from that most local approved dealer. And that's something that we would work with your team on to ensure that they are an approved local dealer. And then if they aren't, and you do want to go to market to allow them the opportunity to respond and the chance to be awarded, then you have the flexibility to do that.
Well, as long as we're still making sure that local people have an opportunity at this stuff, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds to me though that we, you know, if it's a local opportunity for services or products, we got to be signed up into your system. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if you're looking to purchase locally, using one of our Canoe contracts is the best way, because when you do go to market, unfortunately, with the guidelines and requirements, you aren't able to give someone more points because they're local, right? So when you're looking at trying to keep your purchases within the community, we find that a lot of our members, I think in Ontario right now, most of the municipalities are leveraging our contracts in some way. They really like it because they can just now go directly to their local approved dealer, where if they were to go out to market, and let's say someone an hour away was awarded the contract as per the requirements, they would have to award to that individual. So at least with Canoe, there's that ability to keep it local, as long as there's an awarded contract with that original equipment manufacturer, and you know, the local dealer in your area is an approved supplier or approved dealer.
And no, we can also we can always elect not to use Canoe. Like we could just, depending on the product, use Canoe if it makes sense for us. But if it's something like, say you trucks or whatever, and you know there's 4 dealers locally, you either talk to them to get them signed up to Canoe, or we just do a local RFP or tender. We don't have to go through that system. It's very case specific, right? It's going to depend on what the need is. It's just another tool in the toolbox, try and save money when we have a hard time acquiring something because we're too small of a fish to get the good prices.
Any comments again? Are we going with the resolution or not then?
Yep, I'm just going to acknowledge receipt. So be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the briefing from Sarah Hubble of Canoe Procurement Group of Canada.
Mover and seconder, Tammy and Carm, all in favor? Carrie, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if it helps council, like as we're going through procurements, if there's one we're considering to go through this, we can certainly make sure you're aware of it through staff reports and so
I think
forth
it's
and keep
imperative
you
we
up to
do,
date.
because I don't understand what.
Yeah, it would
As
be
a local contractor, if I got to sign up to it, it's going to take me a lawyer to get into the system, and then I got to take a 4% haircut.
Yeah, no, and that's what we're saying. We don't have to go through Canoe. That we would only go through them if it made sense for us as a municipality based on the product we were trying to procure. But if it was something that we can get easily around here, we're not going to go through an online or through our cooperative procurement system. We'll do our own internal tender request for proposal.
Okay. As long as it gets used the way it should be, that's fine.
Yeah, and as long as it's not another layer.
No, it's not a layer. It's just another tool. Just another tool in the toolbox for trying to get good prices.
Okay, now Mr. Clifford Ottaway. How are you, sir?
Very well.
Good.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, is Rob going to be present for this?
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. My neighbors and I, some of whom are in the audience here, are concerned about the safety on a segment of Wigabog Road along Lake Wigabog. And what we've brought to the attention of council is a request to have this established as a community safety zone. The segment is approximately just a little bit less than 2.5 kilometers. It's not the whole segment of of that road. One of the reasons that we want to do this, or are asking for this, is because over the last 10 years, there's been a substantial increase in the number of people who actually reside along that road. Increased number of residents, increased traffic, and increased number of people using the road for recreational purposes. That increases the possibility, increases the likelihood that we're going to have interactions between pedestrians and cars. And as I pointed out in the submission, the speed at which a car is traveling along that road, if it does collide with a pedestrian, has a big influence on whether or not on the severity of any injury and whether or not that person dies. We are here to represent this to you. I also have here 60 signatures from people who live adjacent to that segment of road who support this. And I'd like to submit this in some way at the end. As everybody's aware, speed and visibility are key in terms of this road. And there's difficulties with 50-kilometer speed limit on that road at present. There's a recent article in November 24 issue of the Canadian Insurance Business Magazine, reporting on a survey which shows that many respondents to their surveys volunteer that they do speed above the speed limit. And about 10 to 15% of those people will be speeding at about 10 kilometers per hour over the posted speed limit. That's the way humans behave. The Traffic Injury Research Foundation of Canada has reported that driving 10 kilometers per hour over the posted speed limit, regardless of what it's posted at, increases the likelihood of collision by about 60%. So that adds a significant risk factor. Council may be aware that there are jurisdictions in the province that are now actively trying to control speed limits for safety purposes. That's the Center for Active Transportation.ca. And they've got a number of criteria by which they apply to lower speed limits. One of those criteria is whether or not there's a school. There is no school on William Watt Road. We know that. Another is that if there's a hospital, there is no hospital. But amongst their criteria are that if a road is less than 8.5 meters across, it's a significant risk factor and warrants, it is a factor that should be considered in decreasing speed limits. The road, and in our segment, the segment that I'm talking about is just less than 6 meters across. So it would meet that criteria. There's no sidewalk on either side of the road, and that's a criteria that's used by that foundation. 2 or more curves within a short distance of each other is another important criteria, and I've demonstrated with the material that's included with the submission that this applies here. And that leads to limiting stopping distances if you meet on a curve. So we asked the council to seriously consider this and to make a motion to pass a bylaw to introduce a community safety zone. Because this is a municipal road, the council does have that jurisdiction, does have that ability, that authority to do that. And I would respectfully ask that this be done in an expeditious manner, because the road gets a lot busier with people and with pedestrian traffic, especially in the summertime. People using that road, people crossing that road, people using it for recreational purposes, because that road is so close to the lakefront. And we're in the last days of January, but 8 weeks from now, it's going to be spring. And a couple of weeks after that, it's going to be high season summer, and there'll be a lot of people on that road that are going to be in danger. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, sir. Any discussion on this?
Mr. Mayor? Can I go ahead? I just want to thank Mr. Ottaway for getting all those signatures and bringing this forward. I have brought it forward numerous times about how do we institute a community safety zone. And I want to know, does he promise that spring is going to be here in 8 weeks?
Yes, I've talked to Martin. So is that leading to a speed reduction on the road, or what does that constitute, the change?
The change is basically to decrease the speed limit to 40 kilometers per hour and apply signage to indicate that. One of the things that would be useful in that regard would be to have signage that would indicate that this is a share the road sign. Well, both for pedestrians and cyclists. Another thing that would be very important would be to have signage that indicated those curves that are in the GPS information that's attached. Because the visibility is extremely limited on those curves. And if you're traveling at 50 kilometers an hour, it's very difficult to see pedestrians. Now, what
The big thing about community safety zones is the extra points and the extra fines. At Inglesby, Scotland, for instance. And, they've had them for several years now.
Yes.
On a portion of the road.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Rob a question. Rob, how often would we put the flashing signs on the indicating the speed on Wigginbog Road? Sorry, didn't hear you, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, your sound's not working for some reason. I know you're not muted, so. He's just looking at it for a second. It might not be connected to his computer properly.
I think I could answer that for you, sir, if you wish. It's there seasonally. It's there for a couple of weeks at a time, usually. It's actually in a very bad place because it's in the dip of the road. So it doesn't pick up the traffic. It doesn't pick up a car or a bicycle or that's coming up from County Road 21 until you're right on the top of the hill going into the valley. So you don't get the reading until you're next to the sign.
Only one comment I got on this. This is no different than Green Lake Road in West Guilford, right? The road's right there, the lake's right there. They've dropped that to a 40. We get complaints, I get complaints weekly about traffic speed. They put that camera up, hasn't slowed down. The OPP don't enforce it. So at the end of the day, no matter what signs we put up, if the OPP don't enforce it, and I just keep telling people, phone OPP, and they won't even show up to enforce the speed limit. So what he's saying is a great idea, but at the end of the day, it's not going to slow people down if the police don't enforce it.
It's enforcement.
It's enforcement's the problem. It really is.
So you're saying that when that flashing signs up, it doesn't help at all?
It doesn't, it's because it's not in the right place. And it's only there for a couple of weeks at a time. I think that there's another issue though, with respect to the enforcement question that you're asking. And that is that if normal driving behavior is that a certain proportion, 10 or 15% of people will drive 10 kilometers per hour over the posted speed limit. Dropping the speed limit probably reaches the same thing. That now you're going to have 10% of people going over the lower speed, not necessarily going at their original speed.
So we even had a traffic study done about a year ago on that road, and because they wanted to drop to 20. And no matter everything we did, everything we've done, nothing has changed. People still do 60 down that road or 70, whatever they want, wherever they feel comfortable. But the police have to enforce it, and they just don't enforce it.
But that isn't a reason not to do it.
Oh,
It's the same old thing that, people that want to comply will comply, and the ones that don't won't. That's life, unfortunately. Anyway, I hear what you're saying. Tammy?
I'd hate to say this is from personal experience, but my vehicle, I wasn't driving, but my vehicle was in Belleville, and by a school or something, there is cameras that are in that area, and they just take a picture of the speeder and then they send you a notice of how much you owe the municipality.
You get a fine with it.
Yeah.
It takes a license plate.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's the only way that anybody would slow down is those red light cameras.
Yeah.
And so who supplies those, the municipality or the OPP?
The OP municipality.
Yes, municipalities.
Does my mic work now? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, it's working now.
Can I hop on this for a second? So I agree. The community safety zone does boil down to enforcement. If they're not going to enforce it, I mean, again, you could lower the speed limit to whatever you like. If it's not enforced, it's moot, quite honestly. What we could do is I have been speaking with Haliburton County, and they suggested some collaboration on a blanket policy for community safety zones amongst the lower tiers, which I am very supportive of if council wants to kind of investigate those options. That way we'll have a certain set of criteria where either a road is eligible or it's not eligible. Right now, my concern is and has been if we designate Wigamog Road as a community safety zone, we've literally set precedent for every other road in the municipality. And I don't think that's what council wants. I think we want to actually really prioritize these roads. And maybe Wigamog is one of those roads. I'm not sure yet. One thing that community safety zones will do is it will allow you to investigate automated speed enforcement, as we just spoke about. So automated speed enforcement is those cameras similar to red light cameras we can put beside the road. And literally any vehicle, doesn't matter what it is, as long as it has a license plate, if it's 1 kilometer over the posted speed limit, they get a ticket. So that's everybody on the road all the time the camera's in play. So if that's something else council wants to investigate, it's something we can look into as well. They're done by third-party providers, and they take a cut of the fee, and then the municipality does see some revenue out of that. So there are some tools in the toolbox. I think you want to go through and get everything in place beforehand instead of just designating community safety zones.
Oh, the mic's not working in council chambers.
Is it working now?
Yeah, it's working now. You're good.
I think it would be important to set timelines and targets for when that might occur. Because the longer this goes on, the higher the likelihood that someone's going to get seriously injured. Saying that if you are setting a precedent is not necessarily a bad idea. To say that you can't do it because you're maybe setting a precedent means that you're not going to do it for any people that might be affected.
Well, to be clear, I didn't say we can't do it. This is solely council's discretion, but I'm just advising, just be careful in setting precedent.
Murray?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I know you're not in favor of this, Rob. I'm just throwing it out like speed bumps. I know that they're a snow plowing issue, but say a few of them were designated along that 2.5 kilometer route. How much trouble is it removing them in the fall? And because majority of the speeding is in the spring and the summer and fall.
It's just time and material. That's all it is. But again, if we do it there, we're going to be doing it everywhere else.
Rob, how long would it take for you to collaborate with the county to come up with something like in regards to what Carm said, like places like Green Lake Road or really almost any place we have a backlot cottage that you got to walk across the road to get to the lake? This is the precedent that's going to set that we're just talking about here. So, you know, if you come back to us with how much these cameras cost and who's going to look after it and what that framework is in terms of that might be a good stepping stone to move it ahead. But on the same note, to comment on whether we do or we don't, I think that we got to look at it, but I'm not going to make a decision today to make every township road a community safety zone. Speaking from my own experience, dump trucks and vehicles going along Green Lake Road and that road, I don't want them going over 40 anyway, because the kid runs out the road, you're not going to stop a dump truck in 5 feet. So again, just trying to curtail the bad habits of bad actors. For me, and I'll say this bluntly, you get over a speed bump, you normally back up to the speed limit or more than that anyway, to a certain degree, but it is another cost-effective measure to take another step to solve the problem. But anyway, I think if you did some more digging on it and came back would be great.
Nancy's got a question.
Mallory was first, actually.
I just wondered, and that this is a question for Rob, because I don't know what the discussions have been, but would it help if council supported in the recommendation collaboration with the county of Halbert to create a policy for community safety zones? Just, and then I could send that to the county to let them know that we're looking for this to kind of move it along, or I'm not sure what the discussions have been like.
I don't know if we need it. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have, obviously, but say I just spoke to the county this week on it, so
Okay.
they're underway on it now. So
Okay.
it's not like we're starting from zero. It's something they've been thinking about. So this is just kind of pushing it ahead a little quicker.
Well, that's two different things then Rob's going to bring forward. One is on the proposed policy on community safety zones, and the other is to do some research into the automatic speed cameras in terms of what they could cost. Could there be a pilot?
So my question was, in the interim, once the biggest bulk of the snow is gone, can we reduce the speed limit on that road as an interim measure? And then we can try to push for some enforcement from the OPP?
If you're going to do the policy though, if it turns out it's not, then you'd have to backtrack on the speed. That's the only problem.
But can we not decide what speed limits we want on what roads?
I think so. I think Rob's just talking specifically about a policy on community safety zones. So, or
Yeah,
if you're talking
but I mean, in the interim, can we reduce the speed limit on Wigamog Road when it starts to get past that flat stretch where it starts to get very windy and narrow?
I mean, yeah, sure, you could. I would like to go back and just review the speed limit analysis we had done last year or 2 years ago. Just take a look at their recommendations too.
Right. I think that we should maybe make this an example. I know we got other roads like Green Lake Road, but I think we should get one of these cameras and try it, give it, no matter what the cost is, because it's going to save somebody getting hurt. I think it'd be, I mean, it can't cost that much. You know, we got to make a decision here. We're just kicking the can around. Like there's got to be something that we can do here to try to reduce the speeding along these roads.
Just jump in on that one, Walt. I think, Rob, did you not say that the cameras they would take a cut in the fines or something, so it really wouldn't be much cost to us at all?
No, it's my understanding they provide the cameras and they take a cut of the ticket. But again, I'd have to dig deeper into it, but that's my understanding how the program works. It's a fee for service, but basically the offenders pay for it.
I like the option with the one that takes your license plate and gives you a ticket. That's the way to stop it, but I wouldn't want it when you're 1 kilometer over the speed limit. These new cars, if you go down a little grade, they jump 5 kilometers, so I don't know how you said it, but.
I think that's what they're saying though. That's it. That's the speed limit. It automatically tickets over.
Speed limits are not suggestions.
Would council like Rob, would like staff to return with a report on automated speed enforcement cameras? Would that be helpful? And then they can look at it from there?
Yeah, those are the two things he needs to do.
Okay, do you want me to read a resolution that I've got right now and see if we like it?
On the road that's got one comment at the back there.
All right.
I thought the Wigamog Road was so rough you couldn't drive on it. The petitions we've been getting.
Sorry, Lance Payne. Just a couple things. Yes, we've talked at Newmarket about the cameras as well. It was, and as Rob had mentioned, they go to a central depot and they evaluate the speed that they will assign the ticket. So my understanding in relation to what Newmarket has told me is that it's not one, it's whatever they think is, whether it's 5 or whether it's 10 or whatever. But anyway, that's something Rob can figure out. And then the other thing is we presented as another option last month on the bollards as a means to, as a traffic calming option if there is a need in certain areas along the road, which are non-permanent and relatively inexpensive.
Well, we do need to do something. Okay, any other discussion on this?
Thank you for your attention. May I give you our signatures?
Thank you, sir.
So I'll read a resolution and you let me know if you like the wording. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Clifford Ottaway requesting community safety zone on Wickamog Road, and further that council supports a collaboration with the county of Halberton to create a policy for designated community safety zones in the county, and further directs staff to return with a report on automated speed enforcement cameras for council's information.
For the resolution? Moved and seconded. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Susan and John.
Move this keyboard off. I'd like my presentation up now, please. Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Hay. I'm representing Environment Halberton here, and with me is John Patton at the back and Peter Ewald, who has come all the way from Bracebridge from Lakeland EV charging. John is an electrician and has special training in the installation of EV charging stations. About the middle of December, I became aware of a grant opportunity for $125,000 to reimburse all costs of the installation of a minimum of 4 level 2 EV charging stations in communities that are currently underserved by EV charging stations. The name of the grant is Charged for Change. It is an electric vehicle infrastructure program provided by Aviva, an insurance company based in both the UK and Canada, and Earth Day Canada, a not-for-profit environmental organization. The purpose of the program is to accelerate the implementation of electric vehicle charging stations in underserved communities across Canada, particularly those communities whose ratio of residents per charging head is greater than the provincial average. The grant must be applied for by a municipality. It is important to note that the deadline for the application for this grant is February the 20th, 2025 at 4 p.m. In a tourism-based economy like ours, the lack of charging infrastructure could negatively impact our local economy. Next slide, please. There is currently only one charging station in Dysart et al., and it is located by the Tourist Information Center. If the population of Dysart was 7,100 people, which is what the census indicated in 2021, the ratio of residents per charging head is far greater than the provincial average. As you know, when cottagers and tourists are in the area, the population is far greater than 7,100. By comparison, Minden Hills has 13 charging heads within 15 kilometers. Bancroft, with a population of 4,065, has 2 level 2 charging heads and 8 level 3 charging heads. Next slide, please. This graph illustrates the percentage of EV registrations in Canada since 2020. And as you can see, the adoption of EVs has rapidly increased. Tourists who drive EVs are going to look for charging infrastructure, and if it is inadequate or unavailable, they will choose to go elsewhere. Next slide, please. The Charge for Change program provides funding for complete project management for the installation of EV infrastructure. It is offering level 2 chargers to municipalities because it encourages people to spend money in our community while their cars are charging. This grant, except for legal and insurance costs, covers 100% of the cost to install these charging stations. Peter will have more details in a moment on that. I believe that these charging stations will attract tourists to our area and will support and enhance the economy of Dysart et al. Next slide, please. We believe that the arena parking lot is the best location for the EV chargers, as there are many events taking place at the arena, the curling club, and the Legion across the street. It's also next door to the municipal buildings, and if at some point in the future, the municipality decides to add EVs to their fleet, they will be able to charge their cars or trucks right next door. It's also a 3-minute walk to coffee shops and a grocery store in the center of downtown Haliburton. There's the corner gallery right across the street practically. And Haliburton is a hockey town. And having the availability for hockey players or moms to charge their EVs during games, it would be a great convenience. There are 2 potential locations in the arena parking lot. Placing them on the edge of the parking lot next to the highway would give them good visibility. And these sites are well lit and have convenient access to the electricity that would be needed. Next slide, please. Although the library has potential sites, that lot is cramped for space. I do want to mention that there is no cost to apply for this grant. There's also no guarantee that you would get this grant, but I think it is important that it be applied for. I'm now going to hand the rest of the presentation over to Peter Ewald from Lakeland Charging.
Yes, good morning, Council and Mayor. Thank you, Susan and John. I just want to commend Environment Haliburton. They're a fantastic local organization. You guys are lucky to have them. So next slide, please. Lakeland EV Charging. So Lakeland is a wholly municipally owned corporation. So we have 6 shareholders: Bracebridge, Huntsville, Perry Sound, Magnetawan, Berks Falls, and Sundridge. So because we're wholly municipally owned, we have a good relationship working with local Ontario small municipalities. And through our desire to add EV charging stations, we have worked with these municipalities as well as Seguin Township to install electric vehicle charging stations on township-owned properties where Lakeland offers the service as charging as a service. So we have done all the investment, ownership, and operation. All we ask is for a lease agreement with the municipality. We currently have 16 sites and 58 charging ports in operation. And we also have letters of intent with an additional 10 Ontario municipalities, including Bancroft, a local one, to apply for funding to do more electric vehicle charging stations. One of the biggest advantages is we focus on downtown cores. So people come and utilize the community services and businesses. We work with chambers of commerce, business associations, because when people are charging their electric vehicle, they're likely to spend some time in the community spending money, which is a win-win for the municipality. I guess next slide, please. Yeah, so our typical offer is we would like to work directly with municipal staff to determine best location. We've already had a great start with Environment Haliburton. And as Susan pointed out, we've done some initial review, but we're open to further input from Public Works, other municipal staff. The municipal application to Aviva does have to come from the municipality directly, though. So one of our service offerings would be to assist the municipality in filling out and applying for this application. We would take that on at 0 cost. In hopes that we get awarded the funding and you could work with Lakeland. We do have 2 typical ownership models. Like I said, typically Lakeland will do charging as a service where we own and operate completely. And then we ask for a lease agreement to occupy the parking spaces. So there's 0 cost municipality. Most of our discussions with our shareholder municipalities has been, they really want this in their community, but they don't have staff resources to own, operate, maintain. The only thing we ask from the municipality is to continue snow plow the parking lot as you normally do. And the additional ask is bylaw enforcement. In Ontario, we do have legislation that says if you're at an EV charging station, you must be actively EV charging. And if you're not, you can be ticketed. Of course, Lakeland doesn't have the ability to do that, so that would be an extra ask to your existing bylaw team. As far as insurance, what Susan mentioned, we will issue a certificate of insurance naming the municipality as a co-insured. We have excellent liability coverage, and that's covered with our existing municipal lease agreements as well. We do our own O&M, so we do 24/7 remote monitoring. If a station is down, we can dispatch a truck and be here within 2 hours. We have 24/7 on call. We have our own 1-800 number, so somebody at the charging station will not need to interact with municipal staff if there's a question. They can literally call that number, get service in French or English 24/7. That all said, if the municipality is interested in co-ownership, we also have discussed that with other municipalities where we can do a shared investment and share the revenue from these EV charging stations. But yeah, just to reiterate, this Aviva funding does have to come directly from the municipality. So there would be some staff resources to submit that application with Lakeland and Environment Halliburton's assistance. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, I got a quick one there for you. There's some legal cost I seen there that was apart from legal costs. It says, does Lakeland cover the legal costs or is that municipally?
So yeah, great question. So when we sign our lease agreement, it's an official legal document to have access to the parking spaces and some infrastructure to put, the breaker panel, the metering, and the pedestals where the chargers are on. In that lease agreement, we cover all ownership and liability of the charging infrastructure itself. We can't claim liability to the parking lot because we don't own it. So that would continue with the municipality. Like I said, we will issue a certificate of insurance naming you as a co-insured. So if anything happens with our charging stations, you are covered. Other than that, like I said, there'd be some application time, which isn't really legal unless you want your lawyer to review the application.
Well, I'm just gonna jump in and just say, I really don't have a problem with at least applying anyway, because there's no guarantee that we're gonna get it anyway, right? So that's my opinion. But
Yeah, well, we'll have a discussion on
What are the long-term costs to the municipality, I suppose, on that note?
Good question. So our typical standard lease agreement is 12 years with 2 5-year extensions. Because these are capital heavy investments, we would like that long-term commitment. Yeah, as I've mentioned, Lakeland will assume all costs except for the snow plowing and except for the bylaw enforcement. So I can't actually speak to those costs. I don't know what they are. You're already snow plowing, so there's really no extra there. But beyond that, there'd be 0 additional costs.
How does, who pays for the hydro?
Great question. I should have mentioned that. So our preference is always to add a separate meter and new service. So Lakeland would assume that new service, that new hydro account, and pay all associated costs.
Okay, so for clarity, township doesn't have to pay for the hydro. That's you guys.
Correct.
Okay.
So, okay.
I just have one question as well. So if bylaw does ticket those spaces, does that money go back into the municipality?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah. So we don't want the money from the enforcement. We just want to encourage people to charge and move on so that space is available. Great question.
So when the thing breaks down, and we have that all the time, you come for nothing and fix it.
Correct. Yes. Not for nothing. It's because we want to maintain our brand and reliability,
So who
and
pays for that?
Lakeland would maintain our assets. So we would fix something if it was broken.
So, we have 2 now, and, it's not a good financial deal. It's not a business proposition at all. We're losing about $3,000 a year on it. Pardon?
Can we cut that deal? We want these.
Well, we got locked into a 10-year deal, the last council did, so.
How many years?
Still got, I think, 4 years left or 5, $4,000 a year. So, I just don't understand. So you get the grant, we apply, you get the grant. And it's 125,000. And how many units is that?
Good question. So the maximum funding is 125,000 per site. The minimum requirement is 4 level 2 chargers. You know, we've looked at the sites, we've evaluated, we could probably do this project for 60 to 70,000, depending on Hydro One's connection agreement. So it's a little bit less than the funding, which is good news. We're more likely to receive the funding then, I think, and that spreads the funding over additional communities. Sorry, I'm kind of forgetting your question now. I was going somewhere with that. Maybe you can remind me. It was just cost. So that's kind of what our anticipated cost. And yeah, and then that's why we look for that long-term lease agreement, because as you say, electric vehicle chargers are, you know, they're not
Foolproof, are they?
well, the technology is getting reliable. I guess what I was getting at is adoption is, we're still early stage. There's not, you know, in the statistics Susan showed, in quarter 4 of 2024, about 17% of new vehicle registrations were electric. That is changing. We are seeing a rapid growth. So over the long term, we're hoping to make our return in later years, even though we know in the early years, we might not make those quick return.
Do you really believe that electric car sales are going to go up?
Yes, I do, sir. And I see it in evidence every day as I'm driving around. A lot of vehicles now are electric. You won't even notice. But all major brands are invested in the EV industry: GM, Ford, Honda, Toyota, obviously Tesla. Subaru, Kia, Hyundai, they all have electric lineups, and each year they're getting greater and greater. Range is improving.
The reports I read say that they're not selling, they're sitting on the lots.
Yeah, that's interesting, because like the stats show that 20% of approximately 20% of all vehicle registrations in Q4 of 2024 were electric. So we also have the Canadian Electric Availability Standard, which is government legislation defining that electric vehicle manufacturers are moving towards electric. So by 2035, 100% of all new vehicles sales need to be electric. So
Unless the government changes that.
that is possible. That's a fair point. But we do see the trend. Technology is getting much better. There's a recent study by a CAA that said they surveyed electric vehicle owners, and overwhelming majority, something like 95%, said their next vehicles, they would purchase an electric vehicle again. So people get into electric vehicles, they enjoy them. The other interesting point of that study was the #1 deterrent for electric vehicle owners is the lack of infrastructure. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario. People love their EVs and they want to keep EVs, but they need more infrastructure. And this is a perfect fit for Halliburton, which already, you know, has a need. We've got funding available, and we see the trend in the industry.
Now, these new chargers, will they charge Teslas as well as?
Great question. So there's a lot of technology changes in this industry, including the charging port style. And Tesla has a unique style called the J3400 plug, where most other cars in a level 2 have a J1772. That said, all the new vehicle manufacturers are adopting the Tesla port style. So what we would do with these 4 chargers is do 2 of each, 2 Tesla compatible and 2 J1772. And then what we can do is, you know, in 10 years time from now, we could easily upgrade a cable to go all to the Tesla standard if that's what the usage is. Yeah.
So what's the charge to charge your car in one of these?
That's a good question too. So for a level 2 on our existing network, we charge anywhere from $250 to $350 an hour.
You do that with a credit card, obviously.
Yeah, it's through an application, so an app on your phone. So you drive up, you scan a QR code, it takes you right to the website or the app, you enter your credit card, and that's processed directly.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, but I don't agree with what your stats in regard to people wanting to buy these electric cars. And I don't want to argue with you, but I'm 100% against spending $1 of taxpayers' money. And as long as if you want to put these charging stations in, the government wants to give us this money. I just don't want $1 of taxpayers' money going towards fixing them, maintaining them, whatever. So that's how I feel.
Comment? This will cost the community nothing. Absolutely nothing. It will enhance tourism. I think it would be an advantage to have 4 additional EV charging stations in our community. And to be without adequate infrastructure, you are going to lose on tourism.
Looking forward to more deals, you can bring more deals like this. Okay.
Good. Well, thank you. We will have a discussion and we'll let you know.
I just have a quick,
Oh,
I just want to do a correction because, you just said that, the ones in, the park are the only ones in Dysart, but Harcourt has some as well at Nomi. Yes. We. Yeah.
thank you. Are you related to the patents that used to be at, oh, you're John. I thought this guy looked too small. Okay, fair enough.
Murray, would council like to have a discussion on directing staff, just because this grant is due before the next meeting and we're on the item?
Break and then we'll come back.
Okay, take a break? Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Dan, Fire Department.
Still in the, we're still in EV discussion.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess we gotta do a resolution on the EV stuff. So are we in favor of? But how many? I definitely one in the library, but I don't know if you want one stuck in up here.
Well, he said up to, I kind of agree with Murray. We don't have enough parking here now. Do we really want to give up 2 more spots for free?
Some. If that UV can't charge. Some. I just mean if there's. Because he's gonna park somewhere else.
I don't know where are we suggesting that?
The minimal for is, that's not the way it reads. I thought it said.
Holy Jesus.
Mallory, is this just for agreeing to go ahead with the application?
Yeah, the grant is due before the next council meeting. So if council wants to direct staff to work with Lakeland, then they can. And I wonder, and I'll ask Tamara too, but I think they've provided suggested locations, but the locations might have to be in consultation with staff and stuff, because we would know better about charging requirements in different areas. So that's just something to keep in mind too.
Have to be hydro there.
Well,
We'd have
yeah,
to pay
that-
to put it there.
Yeah, that's what I meant with our hydro.
So we have to
Yeah.
take 4 then?
Yeah, I think the grant is a minimum of 4 level 2 chargers.
I guess you put 2 side by side.
I think you'd probably put them all together to, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, actually.
Put them all down at the library. Or in the park somewhere.
Years ago, there was a proposal for some of the library. I'll look back and see if there was a reason. I don't know if it was the power not sufficient enough or what the
I
reason
think
was.
I support it, but I think they gotta work with Rob in terms of locations that make sense. on
Yeah.
that note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it was the way they had it set up right now, there's 2 spots at the rink.
Where would we put them?
It was proposed on the outside, so you'd see them from the highway.
To make it simple right now, because there's some answers that we don't have, does council want to direct staff to work with Lakeland EV Charging to apply for the grant on the condition that suitable locations can be found and that no public funds are spent on it? Or how would council like it worded?
That sounds great, Mallory.
Okay, are available.
We do have some power over there because of the electronics. But I'm not sure it's
None of these businesses want them, do they?
Some of them, like Canadian Tire, they do, obviously.
No.
Place
like Independent, you'd think.
Well, I think Curry's has one, do they not?
Not in Halliburton, I don't think.
No.
I'm going to read something. Let me know. People listen and let me know if it should be worded differently. So I've got, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from representatives from Environment Halliburton and Lakeland EV Charging regarding the Aviva Earth Day Canada grant for level 2 EV charging stations in underserved communities, and further that staff are directed to work with Lakeland EV Charging to apply for the Aviva/Earth Day grant on the condition that suitable locations are available for the stations and no public funds are spent on the project. Does that sound suitable, or?
I still can't figure out how this company can come back and forth, make any money.
Is that including maintenance? And if, like, good then.
I could say on the installation and maintenance.
Yeah.
and maintenance. So right now it says, on the condition that suitable locations are available for the stations and no public funds are spent on the installation and maintenance of the stations. What does council think about that?
Okay. Okay. Is that a resolution then?
Yeah, unless someone needs me to repeat it or has
Oh,
any question. Okay, so yeah, I would just need a mover and seconder for that.
okay. Mover and seconder, Tammy and Nancy, all in favor? Carry. Okay, now we're on to Dan. Morning, Dan.
Oh, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Dan.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So I'll go proceed. Thank you very much for letting me come in. Just my standard report for the most part. I'd like to let council know how busy the fire department was. End of the year, we have some final numbers, and we ended up being significantly closer to last year's number than expected. Busy months for November and December. And that being said, as I put into my notes there, I'd like to point out that and make sure it's clear for everybody that there was over 5,300 hours that were collectively given by volunteer firefighters last year. And that's phenomenal in the sense that we're hearing more and more difficult times getting people to volunteer and give their time. And in the difference from the 25 years that I've been part of this department, we've gone from approximately 120 call outs in a year to close to 450 call outs in a year. So it's really very important that we get a chance to say thanks to our firefighters. Specifically, I'm not sure if it's first and foremost in your mind, but there's actually a tax break given to volunteer firefighters. The first $1,000 of any earnings they might get is tax free. Or if they have volunteered more than 200 hours in a year, they are eligible for a tax break on the first. Now this year it's changed. It went from $3,000 in earnings up to $6,000 in earnings. So if anyone has volunteered over 200 hours, they get a tax break on the first potential $6,000 that they may have earned. And so that being said, 3 of our firefighters volunteered over 200 hours at least. 6 more gave over 300 hours each, and 2 of our volunteers actually gave us collectively as a community more than 400 hours. So that, I mean, if you look at take the 5,300 split evenly, it certainly equates that all of our firefighters could very well have gotten the 200 hours this year. So that's just the potential of how important our services are and how much we're needed out there.
Is that a provincial or a federal deduction?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not positive off the top of my head, actually.
I can clarify that.
Oh, thank you.
So it is a federal deduction. Canada Revenue Agency.
Great, thank you. I did look it up earlier before and I forgot which site I was on. So that being said, just our general call outs, we're still having quite a number. Medicals are still the highest on our call outs annually. Unfortunately, that just, this showing the need, and part of it's the area recovering. Now, it has come to my attention that the county is looking to change their system for call outs and how they screen the medical calls going forward. And that's supposed to take effect in March. So they're predicting that our numbers may be reduced on that because of the way their criteria comes up. So I just want to give council a heads up on that. I haven't got they were going to give us a presentation and we haven't got the full details on how that's going to work yet. And then just one other item that unfortunately I didn't get onto my council report because it's just come to my attention, but it's something that potentially is going to happen before the next meeting, is we have been approached by a student and through the high school there to potentially take on a co-op student for the next semester here. I just wanted to give council a heads up that if that works out, we would like to do that. So, is there any questions on what I have to say or any questions in general?
No questions, Dan, but just wanted to thank you for that little bit of an update you give us there. You sent it to Tamara last weekend, I think it was, just for information purposes anyway, but anyway, we're all kind of nosy by nature, I think.
Your
so-
ice rescue. Yeah.
Yes. So just in general, last weekend was a very busy weekend for the department, to put it out there. It said it was up to 13 hours that were volunteered by individuals for the different calls went out. The ice rescue in particular was let's say very exciting, harrowing. It's very nice I actually have heard back from the gentleman directly, and he specifically sent out a thank you to all of our firefighters and sincerely believes that without our help, he would not be here today to say thank you. So very nice to know that our training and with the approval of council to allow us to go ahead with this ice water program, which is relatively new for us here as the fire department. It's nice to know that it is working and we can do it successfully. So we were able to call on Municipality of Highlands East in this case to come in as a backup for us as well. And then the next morning, we also had a structure fire, which we were able to contain to a smaller portion of the building. So there's a lot of heat and smoke damage, but there is the potential that those people can at least rescue some of their belongings and stuff from that building. And I'm not an expert. Hopefully, there's the potential they can even rehabilitate the building.
Yeah, and you slipped over that tax rebate thing. Is that something that's automatic, or do we have to? How does that work for the firemen to get the tax relief?
Okay, so the $1,000 is automatically acknowledged through the finance department when they send out the T4s to the individual firefighters. And then myself, I have to provide a letter to the individual firefighters that acknowledges that anyone that has volunteered more than 200 hours. And then they have the option to put the $1,000 that could have been deducted off back into their total earnings and request the tax break off of the 200-hour version, which could be up to $900 in savings, is the way they've worded it in the CRA.
Yeah.
So that's something the individual firefighters would be dealing with on their own.
Okay. And the change in the scheduling, but is that coming from the ambulance department? Where you might?
Yes, it is. Yeah, they're going to a new protocol system. Instead of a priority 1 to 4, they're actually going to some sort of color coding system, which has been adopted through various other spots throughout the province already. So this has already been trialed and things, so they're working on it. And what's supposed to happen is they're supposed to dig down further with their questioning. For example, if the caller comes in and they end up having difficulty breathing, that's one of the things that triggers our being required as assistants. But if they dig that a little bit further and they say, okay, well, is this a new difficulty breathing, or is this ongoing? And they find out that the person who's calling in for maybe had a trip and potentially injured their leg has difficulty breathing, but they are a COPD patient. Then that being the case, that kind of lowers our priority, in which case we wouldn't be called out. So they're being more thorough in their questioning is what's supposed to happen.
All right, new manager there too, right?
As of next Monday, I believe he takes place. Yes.
Okay, any questions for Dan? Good, thank you. Good report, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for December 2025.
Mover and seconder, Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carry. Okay, next is the letter. Andrea's coming on board, I believe. There she is.
Morning.
Fine. Go ahead, Andrea.
So this letter that you see, oh, sorry, just one second. The letter that you see here from Julie Park is requesting that council consider putting in a shade shelter in the dog park area, and a shade shelter similar to the one that's already on Rotary Beach side of the park that we put up there, I think in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, just to provide some extra shade within the park vicinity. We do have a grant for Rotary Beach. I know our procurement coordinator had contacted the granting authority to see if there's any additional funds that can be used for this. I'm not sure if she's received a response. Tamara might know better.
No, I think we were assuming we could do this for this because it directly relates to one of the projects that was approved through the funding. If council wanted to do it, all we're saying is we think we could find the funds through an existing grant. without
I
affecting
think there's
budget.
some business opportunities here for people to do this.
Yeah, I support it. And even, so, going back a ways, who designed the other, shelters?
The other shelter was a kit purchased through, I believe Emerson, one of the local lumber companies. I'm not sure if it was Emerson or if it was Timber Mart, but it was a kit that our staff installed.
I see. So again, I don't know what the costs are, whether the grant supports that or not, whether it's trying to keep the same theme of the buildings down there. So it's
Yeah.
not hodgepodge, but.
Or
I
around
would support it.
$10,000 probably.
I think one of the stores will do that.
Sure, I'd support it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Walt?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that, our community has that spirit and it's, any type of sun shelter today is very positive. And, I think that, like Pat says there, we should follow the, what the design is that we already have in place and, let's go ahead with it. Somehow we'll find the money, that's for sure.
Well, that's what we're saying. We're 99% sure we do have the funds available through a grant. We've
But
already been
if
allocated.
somebody's prepared to do it, we might need, I think we're always needing funds. I'm thinking,
Our grant can only be spent on specific things that we've already been approved for within the grant, and the dog park's one
I
of
know
those
I'm
things.
gonna
That's all
argue
I'm
with you,
saying.
but if somebody wants to do it, to get the publicity to do it, why wouldn't we let them do it? I mean, businesses like to do these kinds of things. It's
Yeah,
a
if-
community thing.
If it was a, whatever partnership where the supplies were bought and somebody put it up or whatever, there's a lot of different angles we could work on that.
Sure.
So it's like,
There's also, not part of this report, but there is also another request for a similar shelter
In
that
in-
from the tennis club.
tennis court.
So that's also another, but that isn't eligible through our grant because it's not something we had applied for before.
Well, maybe a couple of businesses will pitch in here a little bit. I don't mind approaching them, or Walt can, or somebody can. They'll do it.
So
No.
somebody's going to approach businesses?
Yeah.
I'll do that if you like, for sure.
So should be up by spring.
There was also a request for a couple of benches in there. So currently, a lot of the benches we have in the park are done through the Memorial Bench and Tree Program, but I'm open to hear from council what you'd like to do with regard to the request for benches for more adequate seating for people who have difficulty sliding in and out of like a picnic table.
Much are those benches, please, Andrew?
Pardon?
So the benches, please.
How much are they?
Ballpark.
We're looking, right now, we charge $1,850 and that includes the bench shipping and the plaque. Now, obviously, if we don't need to put a plaque on them, if we're paying for them, the cost would be a little less. But if somebody was to purchase one and put a memorial plaque, we're looking at $1,850.
What about if the budget covered the shade shelter and fundraising was made for the benches? Or like going to businesses and asking, would you sponsor a bench?
Yeah.
And then the plaque be put on bench.
Oh, we can talk about that.
And I don't mind helping do the work, but I don't know where to start. Because I've never done anything like this before. So, I don't mind reaching out to businesses for donations or having a fundraiser, I just don't know where to start.
Well, at this point, Councillor or Deputy Mayor McKechnie's offered, but there's no reason if you had somebody maybe channel through.
I can put it to the
Well,
BIA too, not know from there.
Would it
Some-
also help too, if Walt's gonna go and talk to people, if we knew exactly what is needed in the shelter?
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at these timbers and there's a good possibility that somebody's got some timber sitting in the backyard there that could be used.
And
I happen to know.
keep the buildings all look the same. I think that's.
Yeah,
really important.
and keep, but if you needed 10 timbers, 10 by 10s or whatever, if they knew that to start with.
I'm
because
sure if we went to Malcolm, he might give us a pretty good deal on that, right? Good chance.
yeah, that's good.
I'm sure you'll get it done.
Yeah. We'll find a way.
Also, like about where it would be situated in the dog park. I had someone point out to me in the middle. Would that be something, someone could give their recommendations on what they thought would be the best? I've had someone say the middle.
Is that what you're suggesting in the middle?
I'd say that person, yeah.
We'll make note of it.
Seems like,
It's easy to get agreement on the public.
yeah, it seems like the dogs run around the outside, right? And we stand in the middle. Like there's a lot of people that use that dog park. Last night I was there in that snowstorm and there was 9 dogs.
Oh.
Like, so it does get used a lot. Okay.
Okay, you're good. So that's going to be looked after, and next month we'll have a report.
Do you want me to add to the resolution that council supports the installation of a sunshade shelter and benches at the dog park through a partnership with local businesses? Just to kind of get it started, or? If someone's answering me, I can't hear them. Or if you're just not answering me, that's fine, but.
That makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So do you want me to read the resolution with that on it?
Yes, please. I'm
Okay.
clear.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Julie Park, local resident, requesting that council consider placing a sunshade shelter and benches in the dog park, and further that council supports the installation of a sunshade shelter and benches at the dog park through a partnership with local businesses.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Here. Thank you. Okay, Andrea, fun in February.
Yes. This one's quick and easy. It's the month of February is quickly approaching. Starts Saturday. Anyone who's out there visiting the area, from the area, up as a seasonal resident can take part in this program. Pick up a passport book at the library, municipal office, welcome center, or the museum. We also will have a link on our website for it, and there's about 30 different activities that people can take part in for a chance to win prizes, and it gets them moving all throughout the municipality, trying different winter activities, some indoors, some outdoors. So doesn't matter what the weather is, there's something that you can give a try. And the booklets are small, but they're up here at the municipal office.
Okay. Resolution then?
Be it resolved that council receives the Fund in February 2025 report for information purposes.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, Hockey Haven Ice Agreement.
Yes, so the previous Hockey Haven agreement expired on September 2nd of 2024. So this is a revised agreement. Myself, Andrew, and Mike met with Troy Binney a couple of weeks ago just to go over the agreement before bringing it forward to council. There were some proposed changes from our end just to do with the dressing room assignments. So those changes have been included in the agreement, and it allows for arena staff to deal a bit more smoothly with the change rooms assignments for the evening bookings. So if everything in the agreement looks good to council, we would like to propose that it be accepted for the next 5 years with a further period of 5-year extension. Troy wanted to go for 10 years, but we've put in the 5. And it does have in the report, it talks about the fees. Like, so if summer rates go up, the rates are accredited for in the agreement as well. So if, it goes from $220 to $240, he'll pay the $240 per hour rate.
Okay. Well,
I've also talked to Troy recently, needless to say, in regard to the voting on his program there, and he said that they're definitely gonna follow the program they had last year, where they're one boat goes out to the big body of water, and the other one is in the narrower part of the lake for a couple days a week. And also the music, they're not going to start the music till at least 11:30, and also the boat drivers have been instructed to tone the music down. So that's what he told me. He said last year it seemed to work, and didn't have as many complaints. That's what he told me. So that's an update.
So that's some progress. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, resolution then. Mallory?
Yep, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-15 being a bylaw to authorize the summer ice rental agreement with Hockey Haven, Halliburton Hockey Haven, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Walt, all in favor? Carry. Okay, Andrea, proposed fee change.
Yes, so we're proposing fee changes for mostly for the winter ice rates at this time. The last time the winter ice rates saw a increase was in 2023. I have met with staff from Minden Hills and consulted with Andrew, and what we're putting forward is the same thing that Minden Hills is also putting forward in terms of ice rates. The biggest changes you'll see, some of them, they've gone up a little bit. The biggest change would be the non-prime time rate. That one has the most effect. Currently, it sits at $79.55 per hour. We're also proposing a non-resident fee. So if there's a group or an organization booking the ice that doesn't pay property taxes in Halliburton County, that they then get charged 25% more than the going rate. So say, for instance, the Bancroft Jets wanted to rent at minor hockey time, they would pay a 25% increase as opposed to Highland Storm renting ice time here. So that's the main changes. And we're proposing that they take effect September 2nd, 2025. The other change is to add in a key deposit fee for the Harcourt Community Center, which is on the sheet further down.
Discussion.
And I'm hoping. Oh.
Walt?
I know that we have to charge something for minor hockey and the skating club, but it seems very reasonable. But I also know how tough it is and how expensive it is today for all these families, and we truly want to get as many people out there kids playing hockey and also kids skating in the skating club. So that's something that I've always tried to push is. And I know that we're reducing it as much as we can, but I'd love to see that fee a little lower if we could, even if it's possible. But that's just because I know I hear from the family saying it's so costly for kids to play hockey today, and so it's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Okay.
Andrea, could you tell me the key fee again? What did you say? What did you just say?
Sorry, the key fee, it's I think it's a 30, I'd have to, I think it's a $50 deposit that somebody has to pay, and then they get it back when the key is returned.
So I thought that, and we have talked about this numerous times, about having a code instead of a key. Is that just not possible?
No, the code is possible. It's just in the interim until we can get to that point. It's better to have it in than not to have it at all for the key deposit. It's not just for the Harcourt Community Center. If somebody uses the band shell key, we charge a deposit. So then that way we make sure the key comes back.
The interim with the Harcourt key and the code has been going on since 2018. So is it possible we could have something done this year to get the code so we don't have to have a key?
It's that's a good question for Rob Parrish. He's been working on it and talking to Dyson. I don't know where it's sitting at the moment.
Not jumping in the middle of this, but I've done both at my shop, and we've always went back to keys, because once you give somebody the code's the code, so they can get in. You don't really have security over the establishment if that's the case, unless you change it every time or get.
Yeah.
So Pat, what they're looking at, we're doing the same thing at Guilford, is a keypad that's digital, that you can go in and say, okay, Pat Casey's renting that this weekend.
Yeah.
You text Pat the key 1, 2, 3, 4. We see when he's come and went. Tuesday, your rental's up. That code don't let you in no more. But
That
they're
sounds
quite
great.
expensive, and that's what they're looking into to try to find out if we buy them, we lease them, what the deal is. They already went through the IT department, and the cost was just astronomical. So now they're looking at a third-party source, at least in Guilford. So I'm sure it's the same for Harcourt. And that way we know who's coming and going, when they're coming and going, and
Yeah, we had a similar system when we took back the incubator over here. It was just an online app, so you could set up a one-time code that expired when their rental was up. It was pretty good, but I think it's integrating it with the alarm system as well, I think is what some of the complications are, but they're working through it. But if we can certainly put a priority on that investigation.
One last question, Andrea, sorry to bother you, and you probably don't
No,
have this figure, but what's a ballpark number of hours minor hockey would use?
If you give me a moment, I can give you a ballpark. I have to do a quick calculation here.
Also the skating club.
The skating club doesn't rent here anymore. There were two skating clubs, Can Skate, and one that was run here at the Halliburton Arena. During COVID, they folded. The Can Skate rents in Minden and pretty much only in Minden, the Minden Figure Skating Club. But for minor hockey here, sorry, I'm just trying to do a ballpark figure, knowing what
We can set the
So,
rate.
Pardon?
Increase the depth. But it's a tough call. I
You
agree
could charge
with you.
somebody else more.
Well, the daytime rate has gone up significantly, the non-prime time, compared to what we had it before, but we're trying to stay so that both our municipality, both our ice and Minden's ice are around the same price, and looking at comparably what people are paying in Bancroft, Bracebridge, Huntsville, Apsley, etc. We compared to those rates. So we're sitting lower than most of those, maybe a bit higher for certain areas, but definitely our minor hockey rate is lower than a lot of areas. So minor hockey on an average week is using 21 to 23 hours of ice. Some weeks they use a lot more. Like especially like this weekend coming up for a tournament, they've got the ice booked for 5 hours Friday night, they have it for 13 hours Sunday, and they have it Saturday. And I think they have it for 12 hours on Sunday. So that's a lot of ice just in one weekend.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, Mallory.
Okay, be it resolved that council recommends the proposed arena fee increase effective Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025, and direct staff to advertise the proposed changes to the fee bylaw for public comments. And further, that council directs staff to bring the revised fee law to a future council meeting for approval.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carrie, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Carl and Haley.
Yes, good morning, council. The first report is the 2024 final building permit activity report. So what I usually do with the year-end reports is I summarize the total number of dwellings that were created in the municipality. So 2024, again, we had a fairly significant drop compared to the previous years. Keep an eye on the seasonal residences, 31 compared to the previous years. We've had some significantly more. So it's not sure why the seasonal residences have dropped, but that was a big factor in the lower numbers. So 2024, we had a 45% decrease in dwellings in comparison to the average of the previous years. Ontario overall had a 16% decrease in dwellings, but we had a significantly greater decrease in dwellings. Any questions on this report?
Going in the wrong direction, Carl.
Well, hopefully 2024 was an odd year and we pick back up in 2025.
Exactly.
Carl, one question. Had a question from a person about a septic inspection and one too many bathrooms in a den with a futon. Anyways, they want to know a couple questions, and I'm hoping you can answer them for me. One is they didn't understand they didn't have to give you permission to enter on the voluntary inspection, and they did because they thought they were in compliance. Anyways, second question they have is, are you required to re-enter to re-inspect, or can they refuse your entry on re-inspection?
Sorry, what was the question on the first one?
Okay, well, they had a septic inspection, and
Yeah.
there's more to that, but anyway, just we'll answer this one first. So they said they didn't realize it was a voluntary, that they didn't have to allow you in the house. They could have told you whatever they wanted to. So they got an infraction, they got a road up, whatever. So if they rectify the problem, are you required to enter the house, or is photography sufficient? Like if they take a picture of the room and submit it to me, submit it to you, submit it to whoever, is that sufficient? Or
Yeah, so possibly a picture would be sufficient if we have pictures of that room. We don't typically take pictures within the dwelling when we're there. But we don't, like, the seasonal inspector would have seen that futon, and we would only pick on the futon if it was set up as a bed, not in like a seating position of a futon. So to correct that, yes, we would typically require access into the dwelling. If they don't want us back into the dwelling, it'll remain a deficiency on their record, that their septic is not in compliance.
you said we would require, does that mean that it's a must, or you require it?
Yes, it would be required to confirm it, unless for some reason we have a picture of that room with the futon set up as a bed, and they've sent us a picture with the futon set up as a seating position, something along those lines. We could,
Before and after, is that sufficient?
yeah, if we have that picture from our record. So again, if the seasonal inspector took that picture.
Okay. All right. Then the second one, and Tammy's been involved in this, and so has Walt. They want to appeal it, and they said that it has to go through the Property Standards Committee 15-2 of the Building Code. Now, from what I understand, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
So this has nothing to do with the Property Standards Committee that me, Tammy, and Walt sit on now?
Correct. It would have to go to the Building Code Commission.
Okay. Could you maybe forward me something on I can forward that to them, say this is who you need to see, not us? Is that something you could do, like whatever?
Sure, yeah.
Please, or to all three of us, or whatever, just so we know, or all 6 of us. Okay, that's good, thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Carl. Okay,
Resolution?
resolution.
Be resolved that council receive the 2024, is it 2024? Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Carl. The 2024 building permit activity report is information.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carm. Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Short-term rental applicant. I think Rob's gonna comment on this, I think.
Rob? No. So this was a last minute addition to the agenda. Staff hasn't had time to prepare any report for this, or digest it fully. But essentially, they were refused a short-term rental license because they have an illegal structure on the property, being a shed at the waterfront. So this person took, basically believes that he should be able to get a short-term rental license because council provided direction for staff to basically look into this and try to allow structures in the water setback. Now, speaking with Jeff Files, this could be like a 2-year process to get this approval, and we're not quite sure which way this process is going. Jeff could probably provide better process on that actual stance.
And before council gets too far into it, just because there's a few things noted in this, the recommendation right now is that staff return with a report, because staff haven't had time to kind of evaluate the different, because there's a few different things brought up through this, but one of them is possibly doing a kind of like a not going into compliance right away. So kind of doing a, education first sort of situation, but that's something that staff would need to return with because, to comment on. So anyway, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I won't hold you up. Is it possible that if he made a commitment to move the shed in the spring, he's not going to be able to move it now, that we'd go ahead and issue his STR license? Because he's missing the season here. If we hold him up for 2 or 3 months, he's not gonna be able to rent it this summer. Well,
Yeah, so basically our stance has been that the property has to be brought into compliance prior to a STR license being issued. Similar to a building permit issuance, we don't issue a building permit if the property has illegal structures on it. They've got to bring it into compliance before we do that. They bring up, Highlands East issues conditional licenses, if you do have legal things. It's a little more complicated for us. We have several more short-term rentals than Highlands East, and Highlands East has created new positions to manage the short-term rental process. So they might be better staffed than we are. I don't know. I just don't see how that could be feasible for us to issue conditional licenses where they have legal things that have to be corrected, and how do we follow up on those to make sure that they've been corrected by a certain date? Those are things that we have to digest and basically figure out how can we do this? How can we offer that service if we can?
Pat, did you have a comment?
Yeah, no, I'm in support of issuing some sort of agreement there to keep them going like Highlands East has done. We can't shut all these people out. We're making a mandate that they sign up for short-term rentals and stuff like that. And then we're telling them they can't do it just because they have a shed that's may or may not be in compliance in a year. So to me, I'm all for establishing some sort of framework there. We can keep them moving ahead. While I'm going on about things here, I also want to see another issue that's cropped up in Dysart where people with living at their homes want to rent out a secondary structure and they're not permitted to either. That to me has to be changed on that note, where whether it's an Airbnb or not, the person has a right on their own property to rent that out if it's rentable. On that note, the same as much as the short-term rental policy. I'd like to see that included.
Sorry, are you talking about accessory dwellings?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so accessory dwellings are permitted to be rented out long term. There's no issues about that. That's encouraged. That's what we want to see. That's why, more housing. That's going to create more places for people to live. With regards to short-term rentals, that's expressly prohibited under the our short-term rental bylaw. Because of that we want to see more housing provided, not short-term rentals in those aspects. And those areas where you're creating, second dwellings, are only permitted not on the waterfront areas. So what's the purpose of creating a secondary dwelling just to rent it out as a short-term rental? I don't think it would be the same process as renting out a cottage. So that's the main goal of, our short-term rental program is, letting people experience the cottage experience with a short-term rental. If you start renting out things that are not, on the water or unique, and you can actually relate them to staying at a hotel or something like that, well, now we're competing with the hotels, and now it becomes an actual, business rather than, that type of experience. So those are the things that are a little bit, you have to consider those when we look at those. But with regards to, if it was, let's say, a private cabin, no, you definitely can't rent that out separately than from the main dwelling. That's in our zoning bylaw as well as the short-term rental bylaw. But again, if council wants to give us direction to do something different, we will look at those items for sure.
Yeah, so I want support for accessory dwelling to be able to be rented out long-term or short-term. It's up to the homeowner. It's not up to us to dictate to them, or we hope you rent a hotel, or we hope you go to a cottage somewhere. If it's rental revenue for the homeowner, I don't see it as a short-term problem. It's not up to us, the council, to say you can't rent something short-term or long-term, where we're trying to dictate long-term rentals. I know for one, I've got rentals myself, and sometimes they're problematic, sometimes they're not, but it's not up to council to dictate that type of stuff. So in my own mind, I fully support massaging that. So the homeowner, if it's an accessory dwelling or an Airbnb, whatever you want to call it, that we're allowed to do both on that note.
I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this would require a zoning bylaw amendment and public notice and public comment to make that change. So that's a little bit different. That's councils in the past have not wanted that sort of behavior. So that's why it's been in the zoning bylaw. But I'll let Jeff comment on that. He'll be better.
Yeah, and I think that's why we recommended having a report come back just to capture all of these pieces, because I'm not sure as well, Jeff, when the provincial, if there's provincial legislation that affects using the additional dwellings for anything other than promoting permanent housing. I don't know. That's all we're saying, is bring back those details from the different areas. So you make sure you're not doing anything that goes against provincial policy or county OP or anything else.
Yeah, it will require a zoning bylaw amendment at minimum. We'd have to go back and look at the county's official plan policies as well as our own. But just to back it up, like historically speaking, we've only allowed one dwelling per lot throughout the municipality. It's been through the last couple of years where there's been the housing crisis and the need to change policies to address more housing, that the province changed their policies, and it's kind of trickled down through the counties and the municipalities. And the intent was to create more housing. If we were to open up, my concern is if we were to open up renting out basement apartments on the short term, we're just going to remove even more housing stock from the stock. So we can bring back a report on that, but it will require changing to the policy.
Going back to the letter from Brian Stewart, what makes this difficult is I checked at the county, and we're the only municipality that wouldn't issue a short-term license because there's a wood shed on the shoreline lots. And that's because it's in our bylaw, Jeff, that you can't have a structure. So I don't know how we fix that, but it's a county bylaw basically, and we look like we're more restrictive than everybody else.
Well, maybe Haley can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought with the other person, with the Knies, with the dock at the shoreline, with the gazebo, as long as we're assuming changing a policy, until the policy's changed, they're in compliance. Or if we don't change the policy in that time, then they're not in compliance. Right. So would he not be umbrellaed under that because we're potentially changing this?
Not until it actually changed.
I think council directed Haley not to enforce. So they're not in compliance. That would be probably the wrong terminology, but they're not. It's not currently being actively enforced. That specific site will be interesting, and there'll be a lot of circumstances like this. That the gazebo is literally over the water there. So that's going to be an interesting site. The council may permit that it be closer to the water. In that case, it is on the water. So it will be a discussion that council will have as we go forward. We won't get too specific. I know this letter did reference that, and I think they're referencing the fact that council intends to change zoning. But until then, staff have been directed not to enforce on specific cases. But definitely, staff could return with a report that, because this is not only short-term rental, it affects other bylaws we have. So it needs to be a fulsome report that explains how they all connect, I think, just so that we have a better understanding. And the other part, and sorry not to interrupt, but Highlands East has less setback requirements than Dysart in there, because we all have different zoning bylaws, right? So that's another thing to consider, is that until we get that changed, Highlands East allows sheds closer to the water than Dysart does. So that's another factor.
So could we issue Brian a 1 year, 1 year short-term rental, and we'll review it after 1 year to say whether we're moving forward or he needs to move forward at his end? Is that something conditional short-term thing? Could we do that?
Sorry, all of our licenses are only 1 year, so that suggestion is just give him a license. And that's not a conditional license. My understanding is what Highlands East is doing is they're issuing a conditional license and following up in June. And if that situation is not removed, then their license is revoked.
When's the license due? Like, is it annual or from the year from when you apply for it? Like, is it
A year from the date it's approved.
So could we give him a condition on January 1 next year, whether say what we're doing or what he should do? Is that a condition that's on?
I believe if we were to do that, then that's something we would have to offer to everybody who is applying.
Nancy has a question, Marie.
I just think that this is a very big spider web with a lot of little arms that we need all the information on before we can make decisions. This problem actually is with the zoning bylaw, and the short-term rental bylaw is based off the zoning bylaw. So again, it's a very slippery slope, and there's probably another 100 STR applications to come in. That do we really want to have staff spend that time going through to that amount of time going through each case? If they don't meet their septic guideline, that's done until it's resolved. But in the zoning bylaw, it's a much bigger issue. So I mean, if we can say, yeah, you can have your license, but this has to be resolved by June 1st, or we revoke your license. I mean, that's time enough to move whatever's in the water setback that shouldn't be there. Does he own his shore road allowance? Like, there's a lot of questions there, but it's still a structure in the water setback, which is totally zoning bylaw, nothing to do with his short-term rental. It's just come to light because he applied for a license.
I think we issue the permit until we get our own house in order here in regards to what we're talking about on that note. Especially if it's just if they meet compliance with septic and all that other stuff, and it's just a matter of something being on the property that shouldn't be, or we haven't figured that out yet. To me, we just issue a 1-year permit and say where it's based on review of the forthcoming bylaws, my own opinion, because we can't put 100 people on the ropes while we spend 2 years trying to decide or get it through the process. But I'm all in support about staff coming back with a collective information in terms of this whole thing, because again, there's a lot of moving parts to it, and we want to do it right as best we can for everybody. But
Tammy?
Haley, is what you have down here for short-term rental license approved 19 and short-term licenses are pending 18? Is that for the year or the month?
So that's for the dates of this report. So between November 21st and January 22nd, we approved 29 and there's 18 pending. Total, we have 69 approved, 21 pending.
69 approved and 21 pending.
Kelly, how many of those are pending, are the same situation as this gentleman, that there's a property standards or something? Like, are we gonna see 17 more of these in the next month? That's what I guess what I'm asking.
A number of them are waiting on site plans. Sorry, let me just pull up our tracker here just because there's reasoning in each one.
This doesn't require any kind of an OP amendment, Jeff. This is just zoning, right?
Sorry, Mayor, can you explain, like, what doesn't require an OPA? Are you talking about to permit the structures in the setbacks?
Yeah, is within the high water mark, or within 130 meters or whatever. Does that require anything on the OP, or is that just zoning?
No, it requires an official plan amendment.
Got ourselves a tight one here.
I think the issue too is that you're going to have people, when they figure out what they need to do for compliance, they're going to do the work. If council permits conditional, go ahead on whoever writes a letter in every time, it's not consistent application of anything. So council needs to consider, I highly recommend that council wait for staff to just give the bigger implication before one-off. I understand we want to help, but we also need to know how that we're helping in an appropriate way, and that we're following legislation, and that we're doing what we need to do. So that would be staff's recommendation, just because I think it'd be better to look at the whole picture, because I think council is trying to get something done, and I'd like council to do it right, preferably. But that's the recommendation here.
That might be an opinion that we're doing it right. I have trouble when it's, and this is what this is going to lead to, is one county bylaw. Because it's when we start to get everybody's different, then that lends itself to the argument that that, if we had one, wouldn't be different. It'd be all the same for everybody. So that's where we're going here.
So Murray, just to clarify, Highlands East and Minden and all that, they don't, the structure and the water
If it's
setback,
not,
would
if it's
this
not,
customer been
if
okay?
it's not rented, they would issue the license.
Okay.
Like I say, I think that, we're definitely gonna make, some changes this time. I think we are. And why don't we issue the licenses for now? But if the changes, like Pat was saying, if they don't, aren't gonna, be, accommodating to the shed, in a way that has to stay or go, that decision will be made then. I mean, why are we worrying about this right now? We're gonna make a decision here within the next, what, 6 months or 3 months or?
Why doesn't he get a license of occupation then? That's what we did for Harcourt.
He would not be able to get a license of occupation because it's an illegal structure.
Oh.
But we're only issuing the license for 1 year, right? So we issue the license for a year and then he'll have to comply. Either we change the rules or he has to comply for the next year. Yeah.
And we'll,
Why can't you order him to comply by a certain date this year in order to maintain his license, and then it's finished?
another way to look at it, maybe we should be, the first year, we should be looking at everybody's infraction for a year. We sit down at the end of the year and say, hey, we've had 50 of these, 20 of these, 3 of these. We need to resolve all this at once and then move forward the following year and say, this is the changes we've made because of the data we've gotten back. Is that an option?
It is. I guess, I don't know. I guess it's all about the law, and like Mallory says, get it right.
And I that might be an option, but I do think staff need to kind of look at their, as Carl was saying, kind of look at their processes and maybe recommend a process to council based on the information they have. Taking into consideration everything we know in our jobs that we have to do, because it crosses so many paths. So I think like staff might have a good recommendation on how people can proceed, which allows people to rent, but that we're making sure compliance is followed. But I'm not sure what that will look like yet. And Haley has a point.
Yeah, I have the numbers for you just so that everybody kind of knows what ratio we're looking at. So of the pending, 4 of them are due to items in the water setback or structures in the water setback. So if you look at the grand scheme of things, we have had 90 total applicants and this issue has come up 4 times. We have roughly 400 STRs in Dysart. So we're looking at 16 properties based off the numbers we have available.
Haley, of those that are pending, what are the biggest deficiencies, or what kind of things are you waiting for?
The biggest item is inaccurate site plans or site plans missing items. Essentially, it's there's 4 pending due to items in the water setback, 5 due to septic issues, and then the rest of them are site plan issues.
Doesn't seem we got a resolution to this.
So Haley, that'd be fair to say that of those site plans, then when they all come in, that number of 4 may increase, right?
Oh, you're muted, Haley.
Sorry. The issue that we're running into the site plans, the majority is that they're missing measurements, not that they're missing structures on the plan. It's possible that some of them have omitted a structure, but we wouldn't know that particularly. We wouldn't be holding back a site plan because they didn't put a structure that exists on the property, because we don't really know it's there unless it shows up on our mapping or on their ad, which it may not.
I think Barry's asking too, like if those ones that have the site plan that don't have the measurements, it doesn't mean they have something illegal necessarily. It just means that we're waiting on more information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we come back, if staff come back with a report on this, I'm hearing council say they want to look at a process for a conditional approval for the first year of the license with a non-renewal if people don't bring their properties into compliance, as you're stating. Is that something we can comment back on as staff as part of the report in terms of if there's a solution or not to that? To give yourself some time, not to answer right now, but to think about that when the next report comes back. Is there a solution to work around what they're asking?
And that
We
would
can-
give the owner a chance to move the building too, if he wanted.
That's not saying to agree to that now. It's just saying, can we include that back in a report of what that could look like or could not look like based on what you find? Not to put you on the spot right this second.
We can bring back a report for implementing conditional licenses if that's what we're looking for. And that way we can issue the license earlier and then come back at a later date to see what's going on. And we can provide a few options on how long that conditional license is to be in effect.
Bill, you
Yeah.
have something quickly to say there?
Yeah. Big problem with the shore road allowance. First of all, where is it? You recall about four
Bill,
groups.
can you speak to Barry's mic there? Can you pass it just because they can't hear you on the screen? That's okay.
Half of them's out in the lake.
Okay. Several councils ago, you brought in a surveyor who explained to the council the problems they had discovering where the original shorelines were. Now, say I've got a piece of property, I have a building on a shore road allowance. If I buy the shore road allowance, I'm allowed to keep it. If I don't buy it, then you're telling me I can't have a building there. Now, when the people buy the property, the real estate agent takes them out and says, this is the property, shows it where it is. They don't tell them that the shore road allowance. The same with the lawyer. I would like to suggest to council that you drop all this problem with the shore road allowance and just say, fine. So he's got a building on it, a shed on it. So what? Maybe the guy's got a boathouse on it. You have to bring your boats up somewhere. Under the bylaw, under this new bylaw, you're saying that if I have a dock on the road allowance, I'm gonna have to rent it or pay for it. Now, if you really think about this, is this being fair? Like I say, when people buy the property, you look at it, you buy what you see. You don't take this into account that, gee whiz, maybe, as a matter of fact, how many properties would be sold if the real estate agent told them you don't owe 60 feet from the water? People assume they own that. So my suggestion, like I say, it doesn't affect me because I have a set of deeds that prove that that the shore road allowance is under 6 feet of water.
Yeah.
Okay, because the
Front of the
original
lake,
deeds
yep.
for the property,
Lake with a dam on, eh?
and they showed 126 acres. I'm sorry, they showed 26 acres. When we had it surveyed, there was only 12. So should I be charging the township for the use of my land? Anyway, sorry, thanks very much.
Anyway, we're getting a report on a conditional thing. If that's coming back.
Yeah, so I'll read a resolution. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Brian Stewart, short-term rental applicant, expressing concerns with enforcement of structures in the water setback as part of the STR licensing process, and further direct staff to return with a report detailing the possibility of conditional licensing while compliance issues are being resolved.
Okay, one second. Walt and Tammy. Neighbor? Next, Haley?
Yep. So next we have our bylaw update report for November 21st to January 22nd. Incoming complaints did drop a little bit. You'll see a spike in the other column. So bylaw is taking over enforcement for those individuals who failed to schedule their septic maintenance inspection last summer, as that's a bylaw infraction. So that's why you see that spike there. As said before, we approved 29 licenses for short-term rental, and there's 18 pending for that period. Additionally, We just wanted direction regarding the encroachment in the form of a parking pad located on the road allowance in front of 5171 Kinesis Lake Road.
Okay. That's good. Any questions on that?
Sorry, Haley, you're in the hot seat this morning. Last month we spoke about Bitter Lake Road with the parking on the road. Has any enforcement been done there? Are we following up on that weekly, daily, when it snows?
We've towed the vehicle twice.
Twice now? And are we gonna,
Yep.
is the guy gonna keep doing it? Have we spoke to him or is it,
Has not contacted us, has not reached out to us. In terms of getting to the property, there is a large, very aggressive dog. And it's not shoveled, so just in terms of staff safety, we don't want to walk through 2 feet of snow when there's a dog that's going to chase us. So we haven't been able to actually get in touch with him, but he has not reached out to us.
but we're gonna continue towing it till he gets the hint?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, resolution.
Okay, be it resolved that council accepts the bylaw update report for January 2025 as information, and further that council wishes to permit their encroachment of a parking pad located on the road allowance in front of 5171 Kinesis Lake Road.
Seconder. Carm and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. The sign by for Ideal Supply.
Yes, so this is a exemption request from Ideal Supply for relief from the sign bylaw, section 7.2, to permit an additional fascia sign. The bylaw states that only one fascia sign is permitted. They wish to put a large sign over their doors, and then because the building is on a bit of an angle, they want a large logo sign on the other side of the building. In staff's opinion, it doesn't violate the spirit of the bylaw. It just seems for standard branding and advertisements. And we just brought it for approval or council's decision.
Used to be a sign committee, but I guess there isn't now.
No, now it's council.
I have no problem with that. I have no
Okay.
problem.
We're good to go then.
Okay, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the council decision with respect to the Ideal Supply be recorded as follows. Relief from section 7.2 to permit additional fascia sign is granted.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Carried. I think we're going to break for lunch. Good, okay. So Public Works, Rob, Dave, and John.
Okay, so road maintenance status report for December 2024. Winter patrol is ongoing. Sanding and salting operations as required to minimum maintenance standards. Plowing and removal, snow plowing and removal to minimum maintenance standards, and grading, so ice blades as required.
Good. Okay, any questions for Rob? Or Dave, rather? Okay. Okay, letter from Elizabeth Rudnick.
I'll read Dave's resolution just so that item's complete, but be it resolved that council receives this report outlining road maintenance activities for December 2024 as information.
Okay. I didn't see that on here.
Yeah, I know it actually had to upload it this morning. It didn't get pushed properly to the agenda. So I've got it though, if you want to get a mover and seconder.
Seconder, Carmen and Barry. Okay, now. Graydon Lane and Sir Sam's Road. You doing that, Rob?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. So we do have a request to place a flashing amber light at the intersection of Graydon Lane and Sir Sam's Road. Much like the request down at Wigamog, we do not have a policy on flashing lights. We have two in the municipality, both are in the village of Haliburton. So the intersection in question, we have placed a yield sign for Graydon Lane coming onto Sir Sam's Road as an interim stopgap until the stop sign bylaw is passed, and then a stop sign will come up there. That was the latest request we got for the intersection. The intersection is marked by a hidden intersection sign currently, and I'm just not sure what more protection the flashing light is going to give, or again, if this sets precedent throughout the municipality on placing more flashing lights.
Well,
Yeah, needless to say, and it definitely is an issue there for sure, just like a lot of areas in our community. And this is probably a really, question nobody can answer other than it costs a lot of money. What would it cost to take a bit of that top of that hill off?
We'd have to take a closer look, but in all honesty, it might be money better spent than a flashing light.
But I mean, I'm like, I don't know, like, it's definitely a very dangerous, if people come up there and you're not really on your game and that are in your lane there, you can have a tie pretty easily at the top of that hill there, you meet. So it's definitely something that we should have to look at for sure.
No, Dave.
So
Go ahead, Rob.
through you, Mayor, I'm not aware of any. Has there been any collisions at that intersection that we know of?
I think there's been some, minor ones, but I'd rather try to fix it now before there is something serious. Because
Sure.
They definitely drive fast on that road too, especially in the spring, summer, and fall.
Now, Dave, I talked to another guy that lives on that road, and his concern wasn't much the flashing light, is somebody's snow removal is pushed out on the road and you can't see. Has any of your guys complained about somebody pushing snow out in the road from their driveway to making the vision less? Or have you noticed that, Walt?
No, I haven't heard anything of this at all.
Just a thought, if it's because of snow you can't see and it's somebody's snow that's out there, maybe a fix for now and
Yeah,
make it better is to
be help
go out
make
and
it
see
help
if
better.
the snow is a sightline issue.
So,
Okay.
so we're going with a caution sign and then a stop sign, right?
Yeah, so a yield sign's in place now. A stop sign will be the next step once I bring a bylaw forward. But the intersection is marked with a hidden intersection sign currently.
Okay.
So I've got a resolution to acknowledge receipt if that works.
Yeah.
Okay, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Elizabeth Rudnick requesting the installation of a flashing light at the intersection of Graydon Lane and Sir Sam's Road.
Mover and seconder, Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Waste management.
Good afternoon, Council. This first report is the Q4 report for 2024. Just some highlights from it. In Q4 of 2024 compared to the quarter previous, there was a 1% increase in our vehicle traffic compared to 2023. We had some variation in regards to the metric tons that we were managing. Our blue box tonnage was up 3% compared to Q4 in the previous year, 6% more garbage and 7% less construction and demolition waste. The revenue was down 6% in Q4 versus Q4 of 2023, but our expenses were down in total 44% from Q4 2024 to 2023. And mainly that was because of the blue box no longer being on our tab. So just a very quick report for that quarterly summary.
Pretty clear though, what's happening there for years, right from 2020 up. Okay. Resolution and Mallory, unless there's discussion.
Be it resolved that council received the fourth quarter 2024 waste management summary for information.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, the waste management for the year.
Yeah, so this is the annual report for 2024. Obviously, a major focus in 2024 was our transition to the new Blue Box Common Collection System, which is managed by Circular Materials. We're currently within that transition period, which lasts until the end of this year, 2025. We presented some preliminary plans for the redesign of Haliburton Landfill, and our consultants are working on some engineering and some costing, which will come back in the spring of 2025 for your consideration. In 2024, we also hosted the 3rd annual New to You Community Yard Sale in July. We continued our textile recycling program at all 5 of our waste disposal sites and collected 28.85 metric tons of textiles in 2024. We implemented the inaugural Great Haliburton Clothing Swap in partnership with Fleming College Haliburton School of Art and Design. We had approximately 200 people visit the event in September, picking up free clothing. We'd expanded our electronic recycling to all 5 of our waste disposal sites, and we collected 58.55 metric tons of electronic waste. We implemented an outdoor battery recycling container on York Street, and we were the 2nd municipality in Ontario to do so. And we collected 77 kilograms of batteries in that bin from August 8th to December 31st of 2024. We also executed an agreement to start collecting light bulbs and tubes for recycling at Haliburton, Harcourt, and West Guildford landfills. And we hosted 3 household hazardous waste days. We also serviced 557 appliances to remove the coolant, like Freon. We sold composters and digesters. We did a lot of public education through social media, print advertising. We also did educational workshops for the public at Search Community Services Repair Cafe at Stuart Baker Elementary School for the kindergartners, grades 1s, 2, and 3, and also at Silver Beach for one of their associations. We received a gold award from the Municipal Waste Association for our promotion education efforts. And we have a summary there of some of our vehicle counts. In 2024, Dysart's waste management sites recorded 183,211 vehicles, which was an increase of 3% compared to the year previous. We managed a total of 7,066 metric tons of waste materials. That's all streams, which actually represented about a 6% decrease compared to the amount of metric ton waste we managed the year previous. And I just point out that construction and demolition waste makes up 51% of the total waste that Dysart managed in 2024. There is a summary there of the vehicle counts and also the annual tonnage report. So when council asks me questions about tonnage information, I'm always referencing this report that you have of what the tonnage figures are for each of our waste streams that we're managing at our 5 sites. Any questions?
Yeah, could you give me a Coles Note version? What, how much we're spending trucking our garbage or CD waste out of here, and where does it go?
Yeah, so if I just go back to the previous report, the quarterly report, there's actually a summary that breaks down all of the totals. I will just pull that up. So in 2024 for garbage, for hauling and processing combined, Dysart spent $447,000 just on garbage hauling and processing. the garbage, the household garbage is taken to a transfer station in Aurelia, and then it's taken to a landfill, Twin Creeks landfill, which is in the Sarnia area.
Okay, thank you.
Quite a little drive, isn't it?
What happens with the C and D waste, John? Is it still getting?
Yeah, so the construction and demolition waste that we currently collect at 3 of our sites is landfilled. And that's because we are not doing any source separation of that material. So that is something council can look at addressing in the future. If we did source separation, we'd be able to divert wood, drywall, porcelain, concrete away from disposal if we were asking contractors and residents to sort that material either before arriving on site or at the site to make sure it's all properly diverted and source separated.
Sorry to bother you. Can you explain one more of your page here? It's total hauling and processing. 23, pretty large figure than 24. Can you just explain that to me, please?
Are you looking at the chart from the previous report or the
24 full year?
Okay. So and sorry, which I just so I know I can't see what page you're looking at, so I don't know what
Page, what in that page? I don't know. It says 24 full year, and then it's got January to December 23, and then January to December 24.
Okay.
Blue box.
It's the last chart in your Q4 report, John.
Got it. So the hauling and processing is separated as separate lines, so council can see the difference between hauling is obviously the hauling cost to remove it from the site. The processing in garbage would be landfill disposal. Previously we had blue box processing as a cost, but we don't have that in 2024, which is why you're seeing zeros on the blue box side.
Okay, thank you.
Quite a lot of information in that report. Okay. Any more questions? Okay,
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council receive the 2024 Waste Management Annual Summary for information.
mover and seconder. Armin, Pat, all in favor? Carried. Hazardous waste management.
So this report is from a request from council to just explain a bit more about our hazardous waste management programs that we offer here in Dysart. Obviously, household hazardous waste is traditionally anything with the corrosive, explosive, flammable, or toxic symbol on them. And the improper disposal of that waste could contaminate soil, water, forest, air, and wildlife. And therefore, it's really important that those materials be managed properly and safely. There are 2 different provincial acts and a number of regulations that designate certain materials that are considered hazardous waste for producer responsibility. And that means the producers of those materials are financially responsible for managing those materials that are designated. It does not represent the full spectrum of hazardous waste that the municipality would encounter. These producers form producer responsibility organizations, and Dysart has a number of agreements with these producer responsibility organizations, or PROs, including the Automotive Material Stewardship, Rise Solutions, Inc., Product Care Association. And then we also have a number of contracts and agreements with Environmental 360 Solutions, Panuco Brothers, and Tank Traders for some of the other hazardous waste items that we manage. We also host our Household Hazardous Waste Days. And there's a summary there of the 2024 kilograms of materials collected at each event. So you can kind of get a sense there of what we are collecting. If you're looking at that chart, LP stands for lab pack, and that is the drum that the materials are collected in. We also have agreements with the other lower tier municipalities so that ratepayers in Dysart could go to any of the hazardous waste events in the other municipalities. So there's 12 events that Dysart ratepayers could attend. And there's also some other hazardous waste options for us where ratepayers could drop off paint for free recycling at Home Hardware here in Haliburton. And also, for example, pharmacies will accept medications and sharps at no cost for safe disposal as well. Any questions about this report?
It's good. That's good. Okay,
Okay, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council received for information this report about hazardous waste management, including Dysart's household hazardous waste days.
mover and seconder. Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Finance, Laura. Thanks, John.
Good afternoon. The first report we have here is the December 2024 check summary report. Total disbursements for the month were just over $5.5 million. Vendor payments just over $5.2 million, and of that, $3.8 million were transfer payments to the county and the school boards. And then we had payroll of $310,000 for the month.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Those big checks to the county.
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the December 2024 check summary.
Mover and seconder. Tammy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Quarterly metered sewage.
Yes, so we have here the final report for 2024, and essentially the revenue and the usage for 2024 is similar to 2023, average of just over 4 million gallons per year.
Everybody can read that. Any questions? Okay, mover and seconder.
Do you want me to read it first, or do you want to get the?
Sorry.
I'll read it. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the quarterly meter sewage readings report for the period ending December 31st, 2024.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Carm, all in favor? Okay. Last interim tax levy.
Okay, so we have bylaw 2025-02, which is a bylaw to provide for an interim tax levy and to provide for interest and penalty. So we have 2 installment dates for the interim levy, and that is being March the 12th and April 9th. And the interim levy is based on 50% of the 2024 assessment. And those tax bills, sorry, I just wanted to note that the tax bills will be going out later this week.
Do you want me to read that resolution?
No, I am just looking to see if there's any discussion, but go ahead.
Okay. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-02, being a bylaw to provide for an interim tax levy and to provide for interest and penalty to be applied on taxes, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder, Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Sorry, Nancy, I missed it. Okay, borrowing bylaw.
Yes, so we have bylaw 2025-03, which is a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet current expenditures during the fiscal year of 2025. And so essentially the municipality can borrow up to 50% of its estimated revenues between January and September, and then 25% of estimated revenues from October to December. The municipality does have working funds, that is a bridge to help with cash flow once we get the interim bills out and start getting some cash in through that levy.
Okay, resolution then.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-03, being a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet current expenditures during the fiscal year ending in December 31st, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Tammy, all in favor? Okay. Halliburton Holding Incorporated and search.
Yes, so this here is a lease renewal. TPS Halliburton Holding and Search have leased a 50-foot parcel of land on the northern side of their adjacent property, municipally known as 128 Mallard Road, for the past 5 years. The purpose of the lease is for TPS Holding and Search to house 2 storage containers and have additional parking. So they're looking to renew for another 5-year term, and it's $1 per year.
Thought they were trying to buy it.
Yeah, but their leases run out, so there's discussions going back and forth with that, but until that's figured out, they need a lease on file.
Resolution then?
Yep, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-16, being a bylaw to authorize the lease agreement with TPS Halliburton Holdings Incorporated in search, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay. Did you have something to add? No. Mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Estimates and expenditures and revenues, 2025.
Yes, so this is bylaw 2025-14 to adopt the estimates of expenditures and revenues for the year of 2025. So this is resulting from our January 10th budget meeting, the second budget meeting, where it was agreed on a 4.64% tax levy increase. That equates to $15.61 per $100,000 of assessment in a residential class. So total property tax revenue of $12,781,052 will be generated through that tax increase.
Okay, discussion? Resolution?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-14, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of expenditures and revenues for the year 2025, to authorize levying the rates of taxation for 2025, to establish the due date for payment of taxes, and to provide for penalty and interest to be added to unpaid taxes, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Gary, all in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you, Barb. Okay, administration, who's doing that?
So this first one is a request from the town of Aurora. They're requesting the redistribution of provincial land transfer tax and GST, basically to go to municipalities to help with their infrastructure funding. So if I think the resolution was in the letter there, and I can read it. It's a long read. If council would like me to start.
You all read it. I don't think you need to read it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's quite long, but if council supports it and we can get a mover and seconder, we can go ahead.
It's no brainer not to do it. Tammy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Flag raising.
So the next one is a request from the Halliburton County Snowmobile Association. They would like their flag raised for Ontario Snowmobile Safety Week. So this year it's February 10th to 17th. Staff are recommending approval. If it is approved, staff recommend that it just be added to our flag list, so it doesn't have to come back to every council, every year rather, and it would just be raised for Ontario Snowmobile Safety Week each year.
Yep. Okay.
Resolution? Are we okay to read the resolution?
Absolutely.
Okay. Be it resolved that council approves the community flag raising request from the Halliburton County Snowmobile Association in honor of Ontario Snowmobile Safety Week, which is February 10th to 17th, 2025. And further directs staff to complete an administrative update of Policy 74, Flag Protocol Policy, to add the HCSA flag to the pre-approved community flag list for Ontario Snowmobile Safety Week.
Second. Carmen, Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Review of council. You all have that, do you?
Yeah, so something I want to note for all of council is that remuneration rates were pulled from other bylaws. So some of these rates could be a little bit higher than what you see on the chart in the report, just because they're pulled from when they last passed a bylaw, basically. Some of them might be in the process of reviewing them again, but all these comparators are taken from when there was a staff compensation review in 2020 and the market survey for that. So that's where we're getting these townships when you look at them. Something else for council to consider, I mean, it depends on where you are and what each councillor does too. I mean, that's why it varies a lot of the time. But council is welcome to discuss, and I just wanted you guys to have a idea of what the numbers are and kind of comparables in Ontario.
Based on the numbers that Mallory's provided, I've calculated the averages and the median points for them, and it's about if you'd look at the averages, we're about probably around $7,000 low on the mayor's position. And that's not taking into consideration any CPI or anything that those councils that were evaluated a couple of years ago might have got. And if you look at the median, I think it's almost 4,600 if you're looking at median versus average. But if council wants us to, and that's just on the mayor's, the deputy and the councillor rates based on both average and medium are fairly close to what we already have in place. But again, you could look at different comparators. We could update, we can age the data to make sure it's accurate. It's up to you.
Well, it's not as bad as I thought it was, to be honest with you. But again, some of them are 22, 23, and they've been going up 4% a year or 3% a year. So.
What I will say when I was doing some research is that some councils in Ontario are raising their remuneration. They're doing it in preparation for the election. So it's an attempt to attract candidates to run for the election. So it is something that's being kind of discussed from what I can see in some areas. So.
And you're not bound by these numbers either. That's up to you to decide where you want to land based
we
on
can set
your
them wherever we want.
own circumstances. Alternative Waitley, if you wanted, we could hire a job evaluation company like
I know you
Mary Ann
gotta
to do
sell
it.
this, but what I was thinking, nice round figures, maybe 40, 30, and 25. Is that too much? I still think we'll be there because all these are gonna come up.
So Murray, listen, like I know Laws was here, we didn't get into this for the money. But like you said before, if we had to pay somebody to do what we do the days we're here, it's like, this is all before taxes, right? So what we actually make at the end of the year after the taxes come off it, we're not doing this for the money, obviously. And if we were looking for somebody to do it for the money, this isn't going to cut it.
Well, I know every counselor works at a different level, but you can't start splitting who gets more and who gets less. So counselors have to get the same.
And your proposal isn't far off what the rates are. It looks fairly reasonable looking at the current rates. Yeah, in terms of the averages, especially in the mayor's rate. One thing you might want to consider as well is it's not in this report, but like currently council's rates either go up annually by the CPI or the union increase, whichever is less. And if you want to be the same as staff, you could just change it to match what staff increases or QP increases.
Well,
if you want to keep up, I mean,
yeah.
because sometimes CPI is way lower when everybody else is moving ahead.
I don't think anybody here is desperate for the money. That's not the issue. We gotta get some interest. Like, we're lucky here. We got 4 people that are in business here. We're not always being that lucky. And if you wanted to say one of you wanted to move up to mayor or deputy mayor and go to county council and spend that time, you have to replace yourself at work. You can't leave that much time. At least I couldn't for years, so I was just lucky, that's all. But if you want to think about it for a month, that's fine too.
Yeah, we can receive it today, and if you want it to come back at some point, like if council wants to kind of think it over, we can bring it back again. But yeah, it's up to council how you want to handle it. And then another thing we'd have to decide is if there was an increase, just what the effective date is. That's all. So.
Yeah, it'll be retroactive anyways.
Well,
But
you're
at least it'll be up for next year.
Your 40, 30, and 25 though isn't far off the mark in terms of the research we've done.
No, it's pretty close. So if you wanted to direct staff to return with an amended bylaw with those rates, I don't know when you would want it effective. Did you say effective like January 1st, 2025 or? If someone's talking, the mic's not on, just warning.
Sorry, Melly, I just said I agree with Marie's numbers because Mayor does the majority of the work. And, you know, so he obviously looks after all of us and deals with all our questions, so he.
I can get you in more trouble than anybody I know.
I have no problem with numbers.
And Nancy had a question or a comment too.
I just wondered, through you, Your Honor, to Barbara, is the budget set on the CPI increase?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So that's gonna
It's the
happen.
last. So are you referring back to the council remuneration?
Yes.
Yeah. So the way the current bylaw is written, it is CPI. If CPI cannot exceed what the COLA is for the staff. So if CPI is 6% and staff is only getting 5%, then council would only get 5%. However, in 2025, as an example, CPI came in at 1.8%, and that was the rate increase applied during that budget year.
So there would be a shortfall in the 2025 budget based on if we change the remuneration at this point in time.
Correct.
And when is the review done for staff in comparison to the other municipalities that we're comparing?
This was 2020. 2020, these comparators were approved by council and they're all based on size of the municipalities, structure of the municipalities, geographic locations, council sizes, complexity, that type of thing. But when we go through another process, we could look at new comparators as well, but they would be brought back to council as well for approval before moving ahead with them.
And then one more question, weren't we, doesn't like a pay equity for the non-union get done every, is it 5 to 10 years, 5 years?
Yeah, we'll be bringing forward a proposal to review the plan this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Carm, I'm not here for the money either, just to input for, different aspects we could assert our knowledge on, but on the same note, I do agree with you in terms of attracting different people, but on the same note, if the staff does come back, like, keep in mind too, we've got our own businesses and our own jobs. So again, like Carm said, in terms of being here for the dollar, like if you're trying to track somebody full time, like you guys spend lots more time at the county and everything else that we do. So
Well, we get paid at the county, but we don't get one rate there.
Right.
We're looking at that too. Because the average age of the county is over 70.
Right.
That's really not very healthy.
So we can bring back the draft bylaws with these amounts in them to fix. The only other question would be, do you want to keep with the CPI increase or do you want to keep with the staff increase annually? It's just to keep the grid up so it doesn't fall behind quickly with everyone else, right?
Okay.
And like Barbara noted, sometimes it's to your advantage in CPI, like it depends. But it's just a simple. But if you're happy with those numbers, we can bring back the draft bylaw based on that.
Well, if you're not, say so.
And is it, sorry, I'm not meaning to ask the same question repeatedly, but is it effective this January is my other question.
It'll do no good if we wait till next year.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I could make it with my business or where I work, and I'm going to give it a shot if they're interested.
So I can bring back a bylaw with those proposed rates. Is council fine leaving it is CPI
Right now it's CPI
or yeah, the lesser of, yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's just a question, do they want to go with the staff increases every year and keep everything the same? Or do you want to have that option where it's either one or the other, whichever's less? I would say I don't know, even in fairness to council, I would say it's fair just to have the same increase for staff and council, but that's just my opinion.
I think that's the fairest way to do it. Raise your fault behind. Okay,
I'm just gonna make sure that my resolution, for council. Okay, so I'm gonna read a resolution. So I've got, be it resolved that council has reviewed bylaw 2024-04, being a bylaw to establish the remuneration rates for members of council, and further directs staff to return with amended remuneration bylaw with the following remuneration rates effective January 1st, 2025. Mayor, 40,000, deputy mayor, 30,000, councillor, 25,000, and further directs that the annual remuneration increase for council will follow the grid adjustment for the non-union employee grid effective January 1st of the same year.
okay,
Does that sound correct?
okay.
I have a question. I didn't know we were basing the CPI on that 25,000, so that's a significant increase per counselor. But I mean, it's up to everyone else as well.
Yeah, CPI has been applied every year since the bylaw was put in place for remuneration.
But if you got the staff increases, it's probably a little more than CPI. Yeah, it depends on the year, but this contract it is because it went 4.5 or something. Anyway, you'd get 4% next year instead of 1.8 or something.
So I've read the resolution. Does council do we wanna do a mover and seconder or? I can't, oh, Carm, okay. And who was the seconder? I have Carm for the mover.
Gary. Probably get some phone calls. Yeah. But you will anyway. So, but at least. Okay, all in favor? Carried, okay. Personnel and Administrative Committee,
Okay, council asked us to bring forward a report to recommend the creation of a personnel and administration committee. We've had a similar committee over the years, on and off, depending on the council and the needs at the time. What we've suggested is based on volunteers that we've heard come forward. Sorry, I gotta pull the right report out here. So we're recommending Councilors Casey, Sawyer, and Wood Roberts as the members for the Personnel Committee.
put their hands on.
And basically the mandate for the committee will be to provide input for labor relations and negotiations activities, review and recommend non-union policies to council. I should add to there, as well as any other administration or finance policies and stuff will come through there as well. Participate in job evaluation and pay equity review process. So when Nancy mentioned that process, that will come through the personnel committee as well, and personnel will make a recommendation to council. Recommend the creation of any new staff positions to council when required as well. So that's the basic of it. basically it's things right now, these things come through council when there's decisions like this done. But sometimes having a committee affords more opportunity for more time to be spent on items and
And if
discussed.
it's
And
something that affects everybody, it'll come to council. Okay with that?
And I'd propose we meet as required, just because the way personnel works is something could come up tomorrow and we can't wait 3 months to address it, right? So I'd basically call you up and see if you're available at the soonest possible date and we'd pull something together if that's okay with the group.
Okay.
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council provide notice of the creation of a Personnel and Administration Committee and further direct staff to bring forward a new procedural bylaw and appointment bylaw for the adoption of the February regular council meeting, appointing councillors Casey, Sawyer, Wood, Roberts to the Personnel and Administration Committee.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Nancy, all in favor? Carry. Okay, now we got Jeff and Chris, and we'll get into the planning.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Chris will start with the first report.
Yes, thank you. So this is for the application that was legit, which was ZB 2024-015. This is for the inclinator elevator along the shoreline. There were no comments or concerns, and recommendation was to approve the application.
Ogama Island, right? Okay. Secondary. Carm and Pat, all in favor?
Do you want, should I read this? I can read it. I'll read the resolution quickly. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-04, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Leggett, which consists of part lot 5, concession 13, parts 3, 9, and 10, 19R-5467, parts 2 and 4, 19R-6491, the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone of the subject property from waterfront residential type 6L zone to waterfront residential type 6L-7 exception zone, be read a first, second, and third time, pass sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto, and I've got Carmen Pat moving.
Favor? That's too much chili, I guess, half asleep. Next.
Okay, so the next one, council heard this morning as well, which was for application ZB 2024-012 for Pop and Arnott. So this one here was for the kennel along Carroll Road. So it was subject to direction of council. Staff recommended that the proposed bylaw be deferred to allow staff time to collaborate with the applicant in addressing the outstanding compliance issues on the property and gather information for inclusion into the bylaw and site plan agreement, and time to review and address the public comments as were heard this morning by the public and by the owner. Unless council has any further comments or direction, staff recommend that this be deferred.
We agree. Okay, resolution then.
Okay. Be it resolved that the bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Pop and Arnott, which consists of part lot 6, concession 11 in the geographic township of Dudley, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone of the subject property from rural type 1 zone to rural type 1-XX exception zone, be deferred, and that council direct staff to return with an updated bylaw and report, and that the property be subject to site plan control and process concurrently with the zoning bylaw amendment for the intended use of a kennel.
Seconder. Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Barry? Okay. Next.
Yes, thank you. So as discussed this morning, the proposed amendment for the lands of Dysart and TPS Halliburton Holdings Limited is to accurately delineate the boundary of the EP zone on the subject properties. Subject to any further questions from council, council did recommend approval of this bylaw.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and read it. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-06 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Dysart et al. And TPS Holdings, Halliburton Holdings Limited, located in Lot 12, Concession 9, and further described as Parts 19, 21, and part of Part 20, 19R-2953, in the geographic township of Dysart, which would change the zone of the subject properties in order to accurately delineate the environmental protection zone boundary. I'm realizing the end of the resolution isn't there. Be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, the corporate seal attached there too.
Seconder? Harry and Carm, all in favor? Carried.
The next item is a request by Mr. and Mrs. Was to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Halliburton Lake. The gazebo has been brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw as per council direction. Subject to any questions, staff recommend approval of both bylaws.
Okay. No more than-
I'll read it here. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-07 being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 18, concession 18 in the geographic township of Harborne be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further be it resolved that bylaw 2025-08, which is a bylaw to deem lot 9, registered plan 348 in the township of Harborne not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50 Subsection 3 of the Planning Act, as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow Lot 9, Registered Plan 348, to merge with the shore allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2025-07.
Okay, moving second. Gary and Walt, all in favor? Gary? Grass Lake.
Yes, this item is an application by Mr. and Mrs. Cowan to purchase a shore road allowance in front of their property on Grass Lake. One item to note for council, upon review of the bylaw, the land costs are $300 too high. So when we calculated that cost, we charged them for an additional structure on the shoreline. So we seek direction to amend those land costs to reduce it by $300 to reflect the accurate amount.
So I have a resolution that would just adds in a little section to the resolution so we can pass the bylaw today.
Yeah, and subject to any other questions, staff recommend approval of both bylaws, again, subject to that amended land cost.
Okay, resolution then, I guess.
Okay, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-09 being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance and part of the road allowance on registered plan 405 in front of part lot 12, concession 8 in the geographic township of Dysart, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto, subject to the amended land costs. And further be it resolved that bylaw 2025-10, which is a bylaw to deem lot 24, registered plan 405 in the township of Dysart not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lot 24, registered plan 405 to merge with the shore road allowance and part of the road allowance on registered plan 405, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2025-09.
Mover and seconder. Scott and Nancy, all in favor? Carry. Okay, next.
This is another road closing application, this one by Mr. Frost and Miss Dixon on Kinesis Lake. Subject to council direction, staff recommend approving the bylaws.
Okay, resolution.
Okay. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-11 being bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 18, concession 3 in the geographic township of Havelock be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, the corporate seal attached thereto. And further be it resolved that bylaw 2025-12, which is a bylaw to deem lot 18 registered plan 402 in the township of Dysart not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act, as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lot 18 registered plan 402 to merge with the shore road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2025-11. Before we go on, Jeff, this says in the township of Dysart. Should it say Havelock on the second part of this resolution?
That is correct.
Okay,
Thank you. Good
no
catch.
problem. Okay, we're ready now.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Carry. Okay. Lake. Blue Hawk Lake, that's better.
Yeah, this one's a little bit, this one's more unique. The item is a proposed bylaw will help to facilitate an application by Mr. and Miss Axmit to purchase both an original shore road allowance in front of their property, but also an original road allowance adjacent to their property. Again, this is on Blue Hawk Lake. So staff have provided circulation. We did receive a letter from Michael Butts, Susan Butts, and Wilhelm Tieber, who own the neighboring properties. They've outlined some concerns, specifically that this is the only public access on Blue Hawk Lake, and the access point is already limited in size. They note that allowing the sale of this land will severely impact public access to the lake. They do propose that council sell less of the road allowance, which would allow for more suitable public access, and they've provided a map showing maybe a recommended property line. In response to these comments, staff reached out to the Director of Parks and Recreation to provide comments, and he has provided the following comments. He notes that he does not have any concerns with the lake access in the way in which it is proposed. In his opinion, he can't see that the water access will be turned into anything more than what is there currently, such as a boat launch, given that the terrain and geography will not support that. So based on those comments from the Director of Parks and Recreation, staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Okay.
But do seek direction regarding the comments from the neighbors.
Well, we're not stopping the access. That's the important thing. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Resolution then?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-13, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey part of the original road allowance between concessions 1 and 2 in front of lot 24, and part of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 24, concession 1 in the geographic township of Dysart, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay. Ward 2, mover and seconder. Nancy and Pat. Did you have your hand up? Not yet, but you do. Well, good boy. You're deep in thought there. All in favor? Okay, Drag Lake.
Yeah, so this is a new application for the lands of Genova and Snernikoff, who have made application to purchase the original shore road allowance in front of their property. No buildings are located on the shore road allowance. However, there appears to be a zoning compliance issue with regards to the location of a hot tub. Subject to any questions, staff seek direction regarding that compliance issue and permission to process this application.
Knew there'd be one. Has anybody gone and looked at it?
There are pictures provided in the report, yes, as well as a survey.
Sorry, Jeff, so the shed's legal, but the sauna is too close? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. If I can just go back to the report, I believe the location of the shed, let me just quickly read. Yes, it was
the hot tub.
1959, but the hot tub was not there, so the location of that structure is recognized.
As long as they don't apply for a short-term rental.
I thought like a hot tub like that is a portable thing. Am I wrong?
Is it portable?
Is that not a portable structure?
The zoning bylaw specifically states that a hot tub is a structure. It's right in the definition of structure.
He's gotta move for a week, get his everything approved.
Jeff, I know it's in your, in the maps, but how far is that from the, shore? The, water, high water?
So the survey doesn't specifically say, but just scaling it, it looks like it's between 55, 57 feet roughly. Perhaps if they even move it to the back of that deck, it might comply. It's hard to say.
Awful close anyway.
Yeah.
If he's draining it properly, did you talk to him at all, or?
I haven't specifically. I could talk to Lana after the meeting just to see if she's had any conversations with them about that.
Okay. I'd pass it, I think, subject to talking to him about how he drains it. Everyone okay with that?
Well, it's still not allowed in where it is. It's part of the zoning infraction, correct, Jeff?
Correct. So if council wants to recognize that location, the proper method through the Planning Act legislation is a variance or a zoning bylaw amendment application, which requires a public meeting.
Or he can move it. If
Correct.
he moves it, we sell the shore road and everything's fine because it won't be in the setback area, correct?
Correct. If it's about 57 feet is which I'm guessing, he really only has to move it 9 feet. Roughly.
So he could do it through minor variance.
He could apply for a minor variance application or he could move it about 9 feet. Yeah.
Then we should give him that option and go from there.
Like though, is it steep or something? Is that why it's there where it is? I'm sorry.
It doesn't look overly steep. I think it's there because of the location to the sauna structure. It's just on the deck out in front of the sauna.
So he could move it 9 feet. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, so you listen. Yeah.
Are we ready for me to read the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Genova and Cernikov to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Drag Lake in front of their property at Part Lot 5, Concession 9 in the geographic township of Dudley. These lands are declared surplus. And further, that council directs the bylaw enforcement department to review the location of the hot tub, which does not appear to comply with the minimum water setback.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Barry, all in favor? Carried. And Gordon.
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Gordon has submitted a license of occupation application to recognize the location of development on a municipally owned shore road allowance on Green Lake. The license of occupation would recognize the temporary location of the dwelling on the shore road allowance for the purpose of obtaining a short-term rental license. In addition, the license of occupation, as recommended by staff, would recognize the location of the developments on the road allowance for Green Lake Road. Specifically, there's a set of stairs on the road allowance as well as underground portions of a septic system which are piped under the road. As per the report, there is a history of council decisions related to this subject dwelling and sale of the subject shore road allowance. In 1997, a previous owner made application to council to purchase the shore road allowance. Council denied a request to purchase the road allowance after reviewing a legal opinion, and it was agreed by council that they did not condone the location of the structures on the shore road allowance for fear it would create a separate lot. For this application, we did circulate internally. We've received comments from the Director of Public Works and the Chief Building Official who've outlined comments related to the short-term rental license, required permits, encroachments, and compliance issues. So as per the report, staff recommend conditions that no further development be permitted on the south side of Green Lake Road, and that all other encroachment and compliance issues be resolved. In response to reading this report, Mr. Gordon has provided responding comments, specifically in relation to the proposed condition to remove the shed from the water setback. He notes that he rents to families, which mostly have small children. He notes that if the shed was moved to the other side of the road, it would cause small children to cross the road for water toys, which he outlines as a safety concern. He's recommending to ensure the safety of children and guests. He is wondering if council would consider allowing the shed to remain. I just noting that if does pose an issue, given the previous direction of council to not recognize the long-term development on that side of the road. But if council is considering allowing that shed to remain on that side of the road, again, it's a water setback variance or a zoning bylaw amendment. And council would need to provide the applicant specific permission to submit an application on municipal property. Lastly, just going into the terms for financial implications. For the short-term rental, for the license of occupation for the dwelling, council has set an annual fee for short-term rental license of occupations at $500 per year. Staff seek additional direction regarding a potential annual fee and term for the stairs and the septic lines under the road. We did provide some references to a past approval for similar situation. Other than that, I'm sure there's lots of questions, and I'm ready to answer them as best I can.
How far is the shed from the water?
It's hard to say, but looking at the plan, I think it says 3.5 feet.
How long's it been there?
We don't have record of that, so it has not been assessed for tax purposes, so we don't have record of that.
Well, he's running the septic lines under the road?
Yeah.
Correct. So he did obtain the proper septic approval to do so. And the Director of Public Works notes that he doesn't necessarily have concerns with that, subject to some sort of indemnification clause included in the license of occupation, which we can do if we get permission to proceed.
So Jeff, with this tin shed here, that's a 6x6 shed or 8x8 shed, this is the Brian Stewart thing all over again today, isn't it? So can we defer?
It's similar. There is a bit of a twist because of the occupational issue. So in the past, council did not want to recognize development on this side of the road. So I guess there's that kind of twist to this, whether council wants to recognize long-term development on that side of the road.
I have a question for Jeff as well. Is the other cottage on the other side of the road, the north portion, is it rented out as well, or do they live there?
I don't believe they don't live there. My understanding is they rent the entire place out as one property.
Which would be the rule if they're looking for a short-term rental license, correct?
Correct.
Or is this another one we should grant a 1 year, whatever we talked about earlier, and throw this in the mix of what, next year what we need to sort out?
Yeah, as long as the septic's okay.
Septic's okay, we'll take his list of deficiencies, and then next fall, we'll set all the deficiencies down of all these ones we've had this year, hash them out what we have to do.
And it's just a yearly license.
Just a yearly license.
So are we deferring this? I don't understand the direction. This is a very long resolution because there's so many problems on this property. I don't know what council wants to do with that.
I think the consensus I heard was that they were going to grant it to him on a 1 year basis.
Do you want to wait for staff to return with the report? We were talking earlier about all the implications of.
Might as well do them all at once.
Yeah, like so that we have a rule for stuff like this. Although it's not exactly the same situation, of course, but no two properties are. But maybe just so we have kind of a standard going forward with like the temporary. I don't know how this property would be brought up to snuff in a year unless they aggressively started working on it. Right, there's just a lot going on. Maybe Jeff could comment on that, but if they were given a 1-year temporary license, do you think we would be getting a lot of temporary license requests in a situation like this? Because that's what I see happening.
You still need a license of occupation, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify to separate the difference between the short-term rental license and the license of occupation. So council approved a draft template for licenses of occupation. They're not for 1 year. The council can set a term for this one, but they're not for 1 year. They actually are, they don't have a sunset clause, or they don't have an end date. They are tied in a loose way to the short-term rental license, but basically it allows, it recognizes that structure on our shore road allowance forever until council wants to revoke that permission.
I agree, but they do have to come back for another license next year.
Not for a license of occupation. They will need to come back for a short-term rental license each year, but not for this license of occupation.
But for short-term rental, they do.
Correct.
So then we could snuff it then.
Yeah, I just, so the only, like usually I'm able to write a resolution, but there's so many moving parts on this one. I don't, do you want to defer it for today until, I don't know how we move. Like, I don't know what we do with just saying you're good for a year, because I don't know how staff then process that. That's all. Like, Jeff, maybe you could, do you have suggestions on that, or?
Well, I guess like we could always process the license of occupation and just, it sounds like we're just going to be closing our eyes and ears with regards to the location of the shed. So it wouldn't be addressed in the license of occupation. Yeah.
Jeff, all the deficiencies are through the zoning bylaw. So the license of occupation doesn't take away those errors, right? But the zoning bylaw still has to be followed, or those things brought into compliance. Should that not happen before we issue a license of occupation, technically?
Yeah, typically that's the process. Again, yeah, the only way to, well, I shouldn't say the only way, but typically to grant relief from a zoning bylaw is through a variance or a zoning amendment, or to bring it into compliance. But that's, yeah, staff are seeking direction how to proceed on that.
Or we could just defer it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, I know they're separate. This is getting into short-term rental licensing and stuff like that, but they also connect with you know, if we're going to do like a temporary occupancy and then follow up. I don't know if we're going to do that, but that's the only reason I'm saying possibly defer. But it because there's a lot of conditions in here that prior to the issuance of short-term rental licensing, sorry.
I think the parts that relate to the short-term rental licensing could flow into the other report about the short-term licensing pieces and temporary conditions. But anything else, like you said, might have to be.
Well, and then there's stairs and infrastructure that are located on the road allowance. And then we're commenting on the further development being permitted on the Green Lake side of the road. Like there's a few issues here. This is one of those properties where it's split by the road, obviously. So I guess council has made it clear that they don't think the shed's a big deal. So we could remove that. But I don't know how to write this in an appropriate way after removing that. There's multiple things on this resolution, so I'm looking for suggestions on that.
Why don't we defer it for a month, and then we will, because first of all, it has to go through the zoning bylaw or not a license of occupation, the committee of adjustment, right, Jeff?
Well, the council has
a variance.
Choose that here. Because it's located on our property, we can choose whether that can stay or go, and whether they have permission to make application on our property. So if council wants to recognize that, they can give them permission to make that application.
Does that open a can of worms potentially for other properties?
Well, Not necessarily, because the Committee of Adjustment is still the approval authority for whether that setback would be granted or not. They'd still have to make application and make justification based on the 4 tests of a minor variance, but council can give them that opportunity or not. They can make that choice right now.
So if council can permit them to apply for a minor variance to recognize the shed. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, or if council wants to be the approval authority, they can also apply for a zoning bylaw amendment. Again, this is shore road allowance. It's not public, it's not the privately owned property. And
So wouldn't they have to have permission to apply for a zoning bylaw
Yep.
amendment
Yep.
too?
Yep, that's correct. And I just go back to that previous decision of council. I know council can change that decision, but there was concerns raised by previous council about the long-term use of this property and recognizing development on the south side of the road.
Boy, we're hung up, aren't we?
Yeah, it's not an easy one. It's very similar to a recent one.
How long have those buildings been on the back lot and 40s?
So the dwelling on the south side of the road was 1958 and the dwelling on the north was 1945.
They've got septic approval and everything else for everything they have there. If I remember.
For the dwellings, correct. Yep.
So to me, the septic's the major issue with any lake pollution or anything like that. That's number one. Is there no way we can grandfather this in without any, like, it's been there since the 40s. It's not a new build.
No.
It's my own opinion.
The dwelling itself, are you talking about?
Everything. That clears it up, right, Jeff?
Well, grandfathered implies that the legal term is legal non-complying status, so it had to be legal in the first place. So you can't really slap the legal non-complying or grandfathered status to these structures. But if council wants to legalize them in their location, again, it's not really recommended, but you could sell them the shore road allowance and allow them to have those minimum water setbacks where they want them, and it would create a severely undersized lot. But again, you could do a zoning bylaw amendment to permit that.
Why don't you come back next month with what the options are? Looks like there's 3 or 4 options here. We're never going to get through this. So can you do that, Jeff?
And options to legalize the buildings, all buildings as they are? Is that what you're looking to do?
Now we've gone around 3 or 4 times. Going to make a bad decision here, you know?
The septic system's relatively new, so it's got to be sized right for everything that's there too, right?
Yes, I have it in my report here somewhere, the date of that.
Jeff, can you find out?
2019 septic system.
So it's compliant. Can you find out from the owners if they're interested in buying the shoreline? Does that make it worse?
No, we did ask them that at first, just because of the other similar application we just reviewed like this, and they contemplated it, but said they didn't want to buy it. But if that's what council, we can ask them again.
Sounds like it's one of Jack Berry's cottages.
Can I just ask one more question? So because it's shore road and it still technically belongs to Geyser, correct? So they're not paying extra tax, like waterfront tax on that residence that they're renting out?
No, both sides of the road are assessed as one property.
Well, so let's defer it, bring back what our options are, whether it's short-term rental, taking the license of occupation, the zoning bylaw change. Give us 2 or 3 options and we'll decide.
So I'll read, be it resolved, the council defers file number L07-LO-2024-007 being an application for a license of occupation with Gordon.
Yeah, be deferred, right? Okay.
Yep. I just need a mover and a seconder.
All in favor? Carried.
Sorry, Murray, your mover and seconder didn't come through on the audio. Who was it?
Barry and Carm.
Barry and Carm. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, now can we move to the next one? Harcourt Park.
Yes, so this one might be a little more simpler for everyone too. So this is item 10J on the agenda. The application is to merge the Shore Road allowance with the adjacent land holding of 2907912 Ontario Inc. The original Shore Road allowance was granted surplus by the municipality. Bylaw 2023-14 was approved by the municipality to close, stop up, and convey the lands. The intent to recreate the new lease that would include the existing land holdings and the portion of the original Shore Road allowance known as Part 2 on Plan 19R 10694 that lies directly opposite to the land lease holdings known as Part Lot 3 Concession 7 Allen Lake Parcel 91 and 90A. And it is recommended that council support the general principle of the proposed severance as submitted and subject to included conditions and comments received through the public review process.
Resolution, Mallory.
Yeah, be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for consent file number D00-SV-2024-15, lands of Harcourt Park Incorporated, lease holding of 2097912, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and Walt, all in favor? Gary, you.
Okay, and the next one is for lands of Harcourt as well. This is for lease holdings for Scriptic, and similar, it's to merge the Shore Road allowance with the lease holdings to form one lease holdings. And it is recommended that council support the general principle of the proposed severance as submitted, subject to the included conditions and comments received through public review process.
Problem with that one? Okay, mover.
Read the resolution. Be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for consent file number D00-SV-2024-16, lands of Harcourt Park Incorporated, lease holding of Scriptric, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Mover and seconder, Tammy and Walt, all in favor? Thank you. Next.
Yes, fee updates. So planning staff across the county have reviewed and discussed the various planning fees. Based on these discussions and some research, I am making some suggestions for discussion purposes. And some of these, there are about 7 changes I'm proposing. The fee changes for the most part will be harmonized between all 4 lower tiers within the county, which aligns with the service delivery review. If you'd like me to go through each one, I can, but subject to any questions, staff seek direction to proceed with the fee update.
Most of them, I've gone over them. They're not very big increases, but they're, some of them haven't been changed for 10 years.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Okay,
Resolution. Be it resolved that council accepts the proposed amendments to the planning fees and further directs that a revised fee bylaw be brought to a future meeting for adoption after public notice requirements have been completed.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Well, we are coming close to the end here.
We're getting there.
Okay.
And we actually pulled some reports off the agenda.
Well, no,
Thank you.
Jerry, you take people off the agenda. Okay, provincial planning statement, yeah.
Yeah, the purpose of this is just to update council on the new provincial planning statement, which came into effect in October. I tried to take I like to say a simpler approach to this, but Elizabeth Purcell, the Director of Planning from the county, did a great job summarizing the proposed policy changes in a report to County Council in November. So I've merely provided a link to that for the most part. So, and I won't go into details unless you'd like me to. But there's some good changes. One of the ones that I think we might like is that we can amend settlement area boundaries at any point, whereas previously you had to wait until you did a comprehensive review of your official plan. So there's some good changes. But as I said, I won't go into too many details unless you'd like me to. Subject to any questions, staff have provided a recommendation.
Everybody's had a chance to see it. Pat?
Got a question there, Jeff, and I don't get into it every day, but I've been looking in the past for official plan stuff from the county. And it's tough to find on the internet. And I didn't know if you had that problem or whether I was looking in the wrong spot.
They're going through an exercise right now to update their website and make sure all their documents that are
That's gonna match
have been removed
2024.
because of accessibility are put back on there. I just read somewhere.
Yeah, that's correct. And if you're looking for the document, you'll just have to contact their department. Unfortunately, right now it's not online at all.
They couldn't find it.
It's rare.
So are they going to be back online, or are they waiting until they do the new one?
I think they're waiting till they have all their documents kind of updated. I was looking for it when we were doing one report, probably a couple months back, and I had to contact their planning department to receive that document. So I do have it saved in-house here as well, but if they have made some updates to it, it's probably best to contact the county's planning department for the most updated policy.
Okay, Mallory?
I'll read it off here. Be it resolved that council receives this report reviewing the changes in the provincial planning statement 2024 for information purposes.
Moving seconder. Carmen, Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Well, I'm just gonna go down through these and just call them out, and if they don't have anything to add, we'll just move on. Harcourt?
I do have a report.
Oh, good.
So the ladies committee gave me this report for the year end, and they just wanted to let you know that they donated $1,680 to the 3 local public schools for their breakfast and nutrition programs from the money they raised. They also donated $4,462 back to the community for fundraising efforts, which I think were one of them was the Harcourt Chapel Christmas dinner for the community because they don't charge, which I thought was pretty good. They gave Dysart Township $1,000, and they bought $778 worth of supplies for the hall, like pots and pans and stuff like that they use. And they just want to let you know that they're doing a family dinner on Family Day weekend in February, which is by donation only. They're hosting a crib tournament and a bid euchre tournament in April and June of this year. And they're also planning their community yard sale in June as they did last year because it was such a success.
Very good. It's good stuff. Okay, West Guilford?
Nothing really, Murray. We're just getting ready for the snow shuffle in the next month.
Okay, thanks. Rails End?
The report is there.
And I'll read the resolution for that. So be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the January 2025 Rails End Gallery and Arts Center report.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Okay. BIA,
Nothing to report, Murray.
you're gonna meet this week, I think.
Yep.
Harvest Halliburton, no.
Yeah, same.
Kawartha Halliburton Source Protection. No. Upper Trent Water Management.
Oh.
Okay.
And Murray, we've got a few draft minutes. I know I'm rushing here, but I'm gonna read the resolutions for them. So be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the November 21st, 2024 Glebe Park and Museum Committee as information.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor?
Okay, next one is be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the November 28, 2024 Cultural Resources Committee as information.
Okay. Mover and seconder, Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so now Resolution.
Finally, we will go into closed. I'll read that. Be it resolved that council adjourned its regular meeting at 2:19 PM to discuss matters pursuant to section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to 1, a proposed disposition of lands in the Township of Dysart, which is an industrial park property. 2, a proposed acquisition of lands in the Township of Dysart, which is a County Road 21 property. And 3, a trade secret scientific technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, organization, and that's public works, wastewater infrastructure, and a bylaw enforcement matter.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a report from closed resolution here. So be it resolved, the council directs that Clear for Water Works Incorporated be retained for the engineering, design, administration, and inspection of the Halliburton wastewater treatment plant expansion. And further that the engineering, design, administration, and inspection costs be funded through the wastewater capital reserve fund.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor?
Okay. Want me to read confirming?
Yeah.
Okay, be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-17, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on January 28, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and Carm, all in favor? Carried, and now the adjournment.
Okay, be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on January 28, 2025 at 3:55 PM.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Thank you.
Okay, thank